This conference will now be recorded.
Remember to start the recording, so we got that going for us.
Hello?
Can see you now, Ross.
You keep pushing this way.
Oh, the box is really filling up. Yeah. Like we have everybody, Donna?
I believe we do. Jim will not be attending this evening. Jim Weinberg.
Yep. Shall we start?
Yep, I actually remembered to press record, so this is good. You may start the meeting.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Keith Romano. I'd like to call this meeting to order. The Inland Wetlands Commission meeting for the town of Monroe. It is July 22nd, 2020, and the time is 7:01 p.m. I will take a roll call of members of the commission and staff present during tonight's remote meeting. Stands are here present, starting with myself, Keith Romano, Lois Spence, who's the vice chair and secretary.
Here.
Jim Stewart,
Here.
engineer and surveyor in the state of Connecticut. He's our treasurer.
Here.
Clark Gingras. Here. Ross Masteracco.
Here.
Jim Weinberg, believed, is not joining us this evening. BJ Hall. Here. Denise Halstead, our inland agent.
Here.
Donna Szynski, our office manager,
Here.
and Sarah Stroud, our recording secretary. Also, I think I should note that our town representative, attorney representative Barbara Schellenberg is also with us. Before we start, read our mission statement, how the meeting will proceed. The objective, Inland Wetlands mission statement. The objective and purpose of the Inland Wetlands Mission is provided for the overall protection and preservation of the inland, wetlands, and watercourses within the town of Monroe. Meeting procedure. In the normal course of our meetings, we will hear public hearings and other applications. The protocol for public hearings is to have an applicant make a presentation to the commission, during which and after which the commission will be asking the applicant questions. Due to remote meeting status, I'd like to ask applicants to keep presentations as concise as possible. The commission will then review town staff and other independent comments. The meeting will then be open for public comment. I will ask that all comments be made to the chair or commission. After any and all comments pro, in opposition, or of a general nature are made, the applicant will be given an opportunity to respond. Again, due to remote meeting status, please keep comments and questions direct, and a time limit of 3 minutes may be imposed. If it is not necessary that the applicant respond, but generally in their best interest to do so, there will be no further opportunity for new questions unless new material is entered in as evidence or testimony during their response. Please keep all comments pro and con specific to inland wetland related matters. Other applications that do not involve a public hearing will follow a similar format, with the exception that there will be no public comments allowed. Meeting follows our published agenda unless otherwise amended. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes. Let's see. We have under item F, deliberations session, F10, bond releases, reduction report. Whoever's dog is barking should mute.
No, hold on. Excuse me.
And so it's 104 Elm, and we just want to have a discussion about plant substitutions on that. And we are also adding under general discussion IWC 2019-12R 4 Main/5 Victoria, a discussion of compliance of condition A1 on the approval. And Denise, was there anything else?
No, I think that's it. Don't.
Okay.
Is it, Donna, the Gusky Pond, Huntingtown Road? Is that
That's
on
on
the
here.
original agenda, or is that an addition?
That should be on here. Gusky's Pond is under
Yes,
general
in the back.
discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. I have an older copy, that's why I just wrote mine in.
Got it.
Okay.
I'm sorry. So we added this stuff to the agenda?
Yes, we added 2 items.
That was under bond releases, right?
Yes. No, actually, it was under item F10. We added 104 Elm Street, a plant substitution discussion. And then under general discussions, we added IWC 2019-12R 4 Main/5 Victoria, discussion of compliance of condition A1 of their inland wetland approval.
Okay. All right. All right. So now we are at. We do the Pledge of Allegiance online. We do
No.
that. Okay. All right.
No,
Sorry. Okay. This is the general. Actually, Donna, let's do the thing where we see who's going to speak on any of the applications at this point.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is because we're going to be getting close to some public comment sections and we're still online here, we want to do at the beginning of the meeting is go through everybody who's present. Obviously not the commissioners and staff, but see who has anything that they're going to want to say on any of the hearings so that we know who to unmute and give an opportunity to speak when the time comes. So what we're going to do is go down from, Donna will go down and unmute anybody that we don't recognize and ask if there's an application that you plan on speaking about this evening, or possibly it may just be at the next meeting, depending on how much time we have. So you ready for that, Donna?
Sure. So I have Alana Stofan. Are you here, and do you want to discuss either items 170 Purdy Hill Road or 64 Cambridge for Independence?
We're here, but we are represented by Attorney Lynch.
Okay. You will not be speaking.
No.
Okay. Mr. Karp? Will you be speaking this evening?
Yes.
Right now, I'm going to go back and mute everyone until it's time for you to speak. The next person I have is Bill Bitter. And I don't hear.
Bill Bitar, yep.
Oh, okay. And will you be speaking regarding an application this evening?
No.
Okay, thank you. Caller 2.
How do I know which caller I am?
Caller 2, would you be wanting to discuss anything on the agenda tonight, the two public hearings?
How do I know if I'm caller 2 or caller number 9? Hello?
Is this supposed to be caller 4 because he's the one who just spoke, he's unmuted. You know what, Donna, I don't know if we all see everybody the same.
My screen has caller 2, 3, and 4.
I don't know if you could hear me. I'm Fred D'Amico, and I'm on a cell phone, so you can't see me. I'm speaking on an iPhone, so you can't see me.
He's caller 3.
Caller 3. Okay, so we have to write that down, but he's not going to be caller 3 necessarily next week, but we just have to log his name. And which hearing do you have something to speak about?
If you say I'm caller number 3, I'm going to be speaking on Purdy Hill Road.
Purdy Hill Road. Donna? Donna, I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can now, yes.
Okay, I really don't know why that happened, but that's fine. Okay.
I have a technical question, Donna. I assume everybody else is in the same position. I only can see like 70% of the people, and I have to scroll back and forth. Is there a way to make it so that I can see everybody? Or do I have to just scroll down?
Keith,
Um,
Up at the top, there's something that says view everyone, and I think I have everyone on my screen.
I have view everyone and I still don't see everybody. I'm only getting
1, 2, 3, 4.
25 out of 33.
At the top right of your screen, there's the two little people icon with the number 33.
Right.
If you click on that, then you can see the list.
I can see the list. So it is not possible to see everybody's face at one time on one screen.
Unless you have a very large screen.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm
So then at least I'm not
like this.
as long as I'm not missing anything, that's what we'll do.
You have it expanded to full screen, Keith?
I do, and I only get 25.
Hmm.
I only get 25 blocks.
5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, well,
I have everybody.
we can,
I am
I
on
think-
view everyone. I don't want to hold up the meeting on this. I'll deal with it.
I can make it so that we can only view who's talking when people are up discussing things.
Okay. Let's try to
Okay.
continue. Let's try to continue with the list. It's getting confusing because you have a different order than what I see. So let's just continue on and try to get through it the next couple of minutes, and then we can start getting to business.
Okay, so I had caller 2, caller 3, and caller 4. Caller 4, I don't believe I know who that is.
Is that
They
me?
may not want to.
Yes, that's caller 4.
Oh, you're caller 4, Lois? No, I have you.
Whoever just spoke said, "Is that me?" That is caller 4.
Mary Blackburn. I'm caller 4.
Oh, you were
Okay.
done. You're
Yeah,
both.
I have you listed.
I have your picture and you're a caller.
Yeah, I don't have a
Probably.
microphone, so it's on my phone for audio.
Gotcha. Okay, so we don't have to worry about caller 4. Okay.
Okay. Chris Russo.
Chris,
He's connected to audio, but
come back to Chris. He just got on, so he might not know what we're doing. He'll pick it up.
yeah. I have Cindy Ambrosi. Will they not
Cindy?
be speaking?
All right, well, we can't give him forever.
Okay, Dave Bjorklund.
Yes, I will be speaking on 36 Timothy and possibly on 64 Cambridge and 4 Independence.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I have someone named Evan.
Evan?
Evan Glass.
Someone needs to unmute him.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
I will possibly be speaking on 64 Cambridge and 4 Independence.
Okay. Well, and they can state their names before they speak also, so we can get that on the record. And then I have George Logan.
Yes, good evening. I might be also speaking possibly on 64 Cambridge and 4 Independence.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
And then, I have Karen.
Yes, Karen Bernaska. I may speak on 64 Cambridge.
Oh, thank you, Karen. Kevin, I know, will be presenting on several items. Yes. Laurel Fedor.
Hello, I was here because of the, I was here because of the enforcement issue on 1380 Monroe Turnpike.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
I have Maggie.
B. Maggie?
Hi, it's Dwayne Knoll from 114 Main Street. I don't believe I'll be speaking.
Okay. And Mary Blackburn, which is from Solely Engineering also. Nancy Vaughn.
Hi, I'm just a reporter.
Okay. And Nicole Brew. Okay. Paul Stone.
Oh, she just unmuted.
Nicole.
All right, nothing.
Okay. Paul Stone.
I'm here regarding 64 Cambridge Drive.
Okay. Peter Metropolis.
Yes, 36 Timothy and 64 Cambridge.
All right. We have Robert Dunbar.
I am not speaking at all.
Okay, thank you. Stephen Finn, which is Attorney Finn, and we know that he will be for the public hearing. Thomas Lynch.
Hi, I'm here speaking on behalf of Alana and Wayne Stolfen on 43 Birdseye, and I'm Thomas Lynch. I'm an attorney located 63 Cherry Street in Milford.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And William Kenny.
Well, Chris, give us a minute. We're gonna come back. Bill Kenny?
Yes, I'll be speaking with regard to Independence Drive in Cambridge.
Okay.
I think we have only a couple left, right?
No, that's it. That's everybody. We went through everyone.
Margaret Minor, we got Margaret Minor.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Margaret Minor, I don't see that she wants to speak.
Okay, we can go back to Christopher Russo. Oh,
Unmute.
Margaret Minor just.
I was just, yep.
Go ahead.
I am muted. I tuned in because I have, I'm just listening. I have someone who's worked on gravel mining. It's been a concern, so I just wanted to hear what's going on.
So you won't be speaking.
Excavations, the next part of the next hearing, I believe.
Okay.
No, I don't. I'm not speaking. I'm learning, listening, learning.
Okay. All right, let's go to
Thank
Christopher and then start.
Yes, I'm here for 390 Monroe Turnpike.
Okay.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
So before we get into the public participation, I would like to again go over a time frame for the evening, and this time I'll put it out to end the meeting by 9:30 if we can, but to also give the presenters and the commission at least an hour for the 64 Cambridge. Is that good with everybody? And we're also going to move that again to the end of the meeting. All in favor, I guess? Okay. All right, so now.
Is that Lois and everyone? I saw Lois and BJ and
Oh,
Ross.
I saw Ross. Is Jim Stewart's on mute? I don't know.
And Mark, you're good with that? Okay, all right, we got everything.
Okay, so now this is the general public participation period of the meeting. If anybody has anything to say about anything in any general nature, now would be the time to say something, and it could be anything. Does anybody have? We'll have to look only visually or audibly. If anybody's raising a hand or anything. I think we're clear. Okay, on to regulated activities, subdivision report, recommendations to P&Z Commission, none. Regular meeting. No public input. Public hearings, IWC 2020-02, 170 Purdy Hill Road, single family home, late opening to July 22nd, 2020 per applicant.
Okay, I am going to put up on the screen the map set, and Fred D'Amico, this is your time to present.
Okay, you could hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Okay, this is Fred D'Amico speaking. Basically, the proposed project is part of a two-lot subdivision that was approved over 10 or 15 years ago. Unfortunately, this house was never constructed. So this basically is the proposed dwelling and associated septic system for lot 2 of the subdivision that was approved. This is actually lot 2 of the two-lot subdivision. The other lot was an existing dwelling that was renovated, and this was the parcel that was left that was not built upon. We tried to keep. There's only one little area to construct or do anything on the property, because the left side of the property contains a large amount of wetlands. We tried to keep all the activity at least 50 feet away, the 50-foot setback. Back then, it was a 50-foot setback when it was approved. I do realize it's now a 100-foot setback. So our dwelling is within the regulated area of the 100-foot setback, and so is the driveway. But we did try to keep everything at least out of the 50-foot area. And I believe I did address all the comments and questions that the town engineer had. And basically, I'm trying to keep it simple. If anybody has any questions, I'd be free to answer them.
I'm still trying to get up my, I apologize, my screen is not working.
We have, all the commissioners do have a copy of the plan, correct?
Yes, I have a copy of the
Lot
plan.
2 Purdy Hill Road.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna go through on my, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Donna.
You do not have the most current copy because he's been working with the town engineer. Oh, gosh. Oh, cheapers. There it is. Sorry. I am having a hard time. Okay.
I see it now.
There you go. All right. So the most current plan is up on the screen right now. And this is what he's been working with Scott about, the town engineer with. And I believe I emailed you their most recent set of comments from Scott.
Well, I'll just go down and who I see on the, as commissioners and ask them if they have any comments. Yes?
Okay.
Commissioner Stewart?
Are you going one by one, Keith, or are you going to?
I am going one by one, but I'm going to see first. So I'm going to start with Commissioner Stewart.
No, not at this time.
No questions, Commissioner Stewart. Okay, Commissioner Spence.
Yes, is this house being proposed have a buyer or is it on speculation?
It has a buyer, so I don't know. I have no idea if he's gonna do anything with it later, but no, there is a buyer on the lot that's building the house.
Okay. I was going to ask why the boulders were being put along the wetland border when your limit of disturbance is considerably outside of that area.
When the subdivision was approved, that is where they basically instructed me to put the boulders. They wanted the boulders just a little outside the actual wetlands line. If you want, we can move the boulders close, where right now we have wetland markers also that are now delineated on the map. We could put the boulders there instead. I have no problem with that.
Okay, I was going to make a suggestion that, let me backtrack. One of the problems we've had many times is that people want a bigger backyard after their property's been approved, after they move in. And they will go back without permission because either they don't realize they need permission or they just figure that's something that they want to do. Perhaps you might want to move your limit of disturbance a little bit closer to the wetlands and then put your wetland markers and your boulders there so that they do have a little bit more yard and a little bit less of an inclination to clear without the proper applications. It's just a suggestion, certainly don't have to. I do like to see the boulders moved, but I wanted to just throw that out there.
Would it be okay if I moved both the limit of activity and the boulders, say 25 feet away from the wetlands then? So that's splitting the difference?
That would be fine with me. The other commissioners, we'd have to weigh in on it.
Okay.
That's fine with me.
Seems like a good idea.
Yeah, it does sound like a good idea, so they don't accidentally cut into the wetlands.
Okay.
Okay.
And what are you proposing to put your wetland markers on?
What are we proposing? If there were no trees, I would put them on a 4x4 post. That's the way I think they usually are.
Okay. Now that area is pretty well treed. This is the area right next to Walgreens, am I correct?
Correct. It's the area right next. I believe the property on the corner is the bakery.
Okay.
There's
Okay.
a bakery on the corner.
So I'm making the right assumption. So that area is pretty heavily treed. You're planning on leaving all of the trees at that 25-foot mark and beyond?
Yes. So in other words, if we put the boulders and the markers 25 feet from the wetland, nothing from there will be cut at all. So they will not clear to the edge of the wetland.
Right. That's the
undisturbed.
hope. That would be the hope. Okay. All right. I think that was my whole list of questions.
Yeah, he's already 10 feet. He's already 10 feet in front of it about, so he's only talking about another 15 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, so that sounds good. Are you done, Lois? Are you all set with questions?
Yeah, I'm all done.
Okay. I went too fast. Let's see, Clark, what do you have to say, if anything?
Lois took care of everything right then and there, so I'm all set.
Sounds good. Ross, anything from you?
No.
I think that leaves me with EJ. Anything from you?
Just one clarification, probably from Donna. We've received a number of different versions of the engineering review. I got one in the email from you today with just a few open items, but is that the most current and the engineering aspect is being handled through this process?
That is correct.
Okay. So there's no real open issues in there. It looks like all minor details.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. That's all I had.
Okay, we are through all the commissioners, so.
I have
sorry.
one more, if I may.
Go ahead, Commissioner Spence.
I want to know what the size of the boulders is. Everybody's got a different concept of what a boulder is.
I would say approximately a half a yard to a yard, which would be 2 or 3 foot diameter boulders. So something large enough where they're very noticeable.
Okay, that was so that they should be large enough so that they're not going to sink in 2 years and they're obvious.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay, anything from Denise?
Nope, Lois checked off the items on my list.
Okay, any final comments from, I'm sorry, Mr. D'Amico, is that correct?
Yes. So again, I just want to clarify so I'm going to put the limit of activity or clearing plus the boulders at a minimum of 25 feet away from the wetlands, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Fred, you will get, Fred?
Also, I do think I did address all the comments that the town engineer had. I think, yeah, there's a numerous times we went back and forth, and I think it's a little confusing sometimes. If you look at it, all of them are kind of crossed out, but they're still left there, but they're not in bold print. The only ones that I think the last item was, I believe that was a non-item. So I think everything was addressed.
Okay. Fred, I just want you to know that the commission will then decide whether they want to, during their deliberations, whether they want to continue, well, I guess you'll do that now, continue on with the hearing, or whether you'll close it this evening. Keith?
Sorry, what was that?
I said, I'm assuming that you'll decide whether you want to keep the hearing open or close it this evening.
I think we deliberate on it tonight, right? And
okay,
we just have to get the public.
Keith?
Have to get the public comment.
Keith, it's Jim Stewart. One question.
Sure.
My plan shows a pump chamber. Detail, is one going to be installed?
No, we actually were able to eliminate the pump chamber. We raised the dwelling, and I just left the detail on it. There is no pump chamber. There's no need for it now.
Okay, because it didn't look like you needed one. Thank you.
Do we do the public comment, right? Right at this point?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So maybe we could take down the plan so we could see more of the people. And then unmute everybody.
Sure. Oh, I did this again. Let me see.
Okay, here we go. Is there any, and unmute everybody.
Hold on.
If that's possible.
Okay. Yep,
It's all set?
I hit on mute.
Okay. Is there anybody here tonight that'd like to speak in favor of this application? Is there anybody who'd like to speak against this application? Is there anybody here that'd like to speak in general nature about this application? Okay, we'll listen to deliberations and continue to move on.
The one thing I do need to do is read the exhibits into the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Hold on. Sorry, it's hard having my office spread out on a bed. Okay, so exhibits for the meeting. Exhibit number 1 was the first review by the inland wetland agent, Denise Halstead, dated June 1st, 2020. Exhibit 2 was the first review by town engineer Scott Schatzline, dated 6/23/20. Exhibit 3 was second updated engineering comments by Scott Schatzline. Exhibit 4 was a map titled Subsurface Sewage Disposal by D'Amico Associates, document dated January 15th, revision date July 14th. Exhibit 5 was drainage calculation submitted by D'Amico Associates. The document was dated July 7th, 2020. Exhibit number 6 were updated comments, engineering comments again, and the document was, revision date was July 15th, 2020. Exhibit number 7 were the certified mailing receipts. Exhibit number 8 was town engineer updated comments dated July 17th, 2020. And number 9 was, again, the 5th updated town engineer comments dated July 20th, 2020. And that's all the exhibits for this, so we're good.
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll
So you
move over
can,
to,
you're gonna close the
Sorry?
hearing? Are you
Yes,
gonna close the hearing?
yeah, do you do a motion for that? I don't remember.
No, you can just poll the commission.
Are we ready to close this public hearing and move it to deliberation? Looks like everybody in favor? See thumbs up, Ross thumbs up, Jim, okay, we're good. Move it over to deliberation.
Okay.
And next is IWC-2020-03 R64 Cambridge for Independence, which we're going to move to the end of the meeting. Now we're in enforcement, NOV discussions, IWV 1380 Monroe Turnpike, disturbance within an upland review area, 60-day time extension granted to address violation on 6/24/2020.
I don't know if the if attorney is going to speak on this. Laurel, I didn't know if you wanted to say anything.
Yes, I do. Attorney Laurel Fedor here for the estate of John J. Stofan, who owns the property at 1380 Monroe Turnpike, and we're trying to address the violations. I have a motion into the Trumbull Probate Court, and it hasn't yet been heard. So my hands are tied as far as my opinion as to what the estate can do without guidance from the probate court. So like I said, I did file the motion. I'm waiting for it to come up on the calendar to be heard. So with all the COVID and things like that, things have been delayed. So I wrote in a letter and asked for another 30 days. Hopefully I'll get a hearing and I'll have some guidance, and then we'll come back and try to tell you a plan.
Okay, so want to make a motion to grant, I'm sorry.
Nope, go ahead.
Does anybody want to make a motion to grant another 30-day extension?
I'll make it.
Got a motion from Commissioner Spence. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Gingrich. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, vote passes unanimously for a 30-day extension.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right,
I'm gonna
moving
sign-
along.
I'm
Sorry.
gonna go now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, have a good night.
IWB-2019-16, 43 Bird's Eye Drive, disturbance within an upland review area.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Just for the record, Attorney Thomas Lynch. I'm an attorney with the law firm Lynch, Trembicki, and Boynton, and my office is located in Milford at 63 Cherry Street. And in conjunction with the prior application that Attorney Fedor just requested an extension on, I think the commission members and certainly Denise is well aware of the situation regarding 43 Bird's Eye. My clients, Elena and Wayne Stofan, own this property. It is adjacent to the property at 1366 Monroe Turnpike. And quite bluntly, my clients live in Trumbull. This property is a 2-acre parcel that they own here in Monroe. And they were made aware in November by way of letter from Denise as to the existence of potential violations on the property because of clearing of the property that, quite honestly, they were not aware of at all. The work had been performed by Frank Schrodel, who is I believe, the executor of the estate, owner of the property at 1366 Monroe Turnpike. So our position all along has been that we were not aware of any clearing of the land. Actually, my partner, Alex Trembecki, has instituted an action in the Judicial District of Fairfield regarding an injunction against the estate for the work that was done on my client's property, alleging a civil trespass and damages resulting from that trespass. Obviously, the clearing of the land being one of those resulting actions. So with Attorney Fedor's motion requesting a 30-day extension, I'll do the same thing, ask for an extension of 30 days because, quite bluntly, our position is going to be that whatever work needs to be done to remediate the violations on these properties should be taken care of by Attorney Fedor's client. And obviously, if she comes back with a plan of remediation after approval from the probate court or some authority from the probate court, we'll be asking that whatever remediation work that this commission requires be done on my client's property as well. So with that, I'll leave it up to you to rule on my request.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion for another 30-day extension?
I'll make
Motion
it.
from Commissioner Spence, second by
Me.
seconded by Commissioner Gingrich. We have all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Barbara,
Barbara,
what's that?
I was saying hi to Barbara.
Oh.
Take care.
Thank you. We have IWB-2014-26, 1366 Monroe Turnpike, disturbance within an upland review area and wetlands.
I'm not sure that the property owner of this parcel is online.
Do
They
we have
were
a name?
notified-
Do we have a name for them?
Yeah, Frank Schrodel, if I pronounce it right. Sent a letter out to him as a reminder for the meeting on July 14th.
Okay, I don't see that name, and it could be one of the callers, Donna, but I think we already identified. One of them is Mary, and we have two others, a 6, a 4, and a 2. Donna?
Yes.
Who's
Sorry,
6,
what were you
4?
asking?
the callers that are on. We have
Okay.
6, 4, and 2. I know one of them is Mary, correct?
Yes.
Who are the other two?
Caller 3 was Fred D'Amico, which I think he's
gone.
done now. Right.
You have 4 and 6. And 3. Oh, wait.
Yeah. 2.
3's still there.
Okay.
And
2 and
caller 6, I don't know who that is.
Who was 4?
Mary.
4 is Mary.
Yes.
2.
I think caller 6 might have been Chris Pulaski from Solely Engineering.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So, and 4 is, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask, 4 is who?
Mary.
Mary Blackburn from
And then
Solely
who
Engineering.
is 2?
I don't know who 2 is.
Could it possibly be our person? We unmute them and ask them if they're our person? On?
They're not muted. Caller
Hello?
2, can you speak? Yes. Can you state your name, please, caller 2?
Oh, wait.
Oh, caller 2 is Evan Glass, isn't it?
I could be. I'm on a phone and I'm on my computer as well.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
Sorry
Okay.
about that.
No, that's.
So we'll go back, Denise. So they're not.
I'm sorry, Keith. What?
So the property owner for IWB 2014-26 is not present.
That appears so.
Okay, so what do we do now?
Well, the fact that they have an NOV and they're kind of the one responsible for the other 2.
What does the commission want to do?
What does commission want to do? You want it kicked up to citation or what?
So this would be independent of the other 2, correct?
It would be independent of the other 2, but the property owner of that one is really the one who's done the damage on the 2 that were on.
Mhm. Okay, so if there were the citation issued, that would not affect the other 2?
No, it would only be on the one that's 2014-26 for 1366. I would not issue citation on the other 2.
Right, and you sent a letter, you said on July 14th, which
July
was.
14th, yeah, as a reminder.
Okay. So that was not his only notice, that was a reminder.
Mm-hmm. I made sure I sent it out, 2 weeks ahead of time so that there was no, oh, it got lost in the mail type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were supposed to be on, originally they were supposed to be on in April, but we canceled it, so.
Would anybody like to move it up to a citation?
I think so. I think so. We need an answer. Got to bring them in, right?
All right, so is that a motion? That was BJ, right?
Ross.
Ross, I'm sorry. Ross, is that, you gonna make a motion here?
Yes. Make a motion to send a citation.
All right, so a motion from Commissioner Massaraco to give him a citation. Do you have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hall. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And thumbs up. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Moving along, we're still on the same thing now. Mediation submissions. IWR 2020-01, 104 Century Hill Road. Mediation of violation IWV-2019-07. File number 1254, clearing within an upland review area and wetlands. Go ahead.
That would be Mary to speak, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Am I unmuted?
Mary, do you want? Yes, you are unmuted. Do you want me to make you the person?
The presenter?
Yes.
Waiting for Mary.
I think I'm waiting to be presenter. Do I have to be-
Working on that, Donna?
Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to get up. Do you have your own map, Mary, or do you want to use what I have?
No, I have a map.
Okay. So, okay, Mary, you have the con.
So for the record, my name is Mary Blackburn. I'm a licensed landscape architect in the state of Connecticut with Solely Engineering here on Main Street in Monroe. We have submitted an application for remediation to address a violation for 104 Century Hill Road from the spring of 2019. And just to orient everybody, here's Monroe. The site violation is here, 104 Century Hill. And this is the property, Pondview Road, 111, and Century Hill. So I'll go through, I have some current pictures that were taken last month of the area that was disturbed, which is on the north and the south side of the existing lawn here. So the first picture, just to give you an idea, is taken at the house looking towards the pond, and the area has naturalized over the past year. As you can see here, there's aster, native grasses, and trefoil. So this is looking south, the house behind us in that area. Next, we'll look to the north. And then this is if you're standing at the pond looking up towards the house here to the north. You can see this area is grown in and stabilized. And then this is looking to the south. And then a close-up of the south. So the goal was, we don't want to, disturb this area that's naturalized, but we do want to propose some native plants, some native shrubs, and a tree to replace the tree that was removed. And this will, once these grow, they'll grow to 6 to 10 feet tall, and they'll help define that edge so that the owner or any future owner, it'll be more clearly defined where the lawn area is. As you can see over the aerial here, these are the shrubs that will be proposed, and the limit of disturbance is really a 5-foot circle where we would just dig the hole for the shrub. I wouldn't propose any clearing or mowing, just the area where the root ball will be planted for each shrub. And the tree would be a birch, native river birch, and we're proposing pussy willow, spice bush, silky dogwood, button bush for the shrub. So if the commission has any questions, I would be glad to answer those.
Let me go through the list, starting with myself. I'm not in favor of silt fence on these small little plantings because it just does more, really does, I think, more harm than good. It's my opinion that it shouldn't be installed. And then moving on, Commissioner Stewart, do you have any comments?
No.
Commissioner Spence?
Yes. Is there, what else is in the naturalized area? Is there any, are there any invasives at all?
I didn't observe any invasives while I was out there in, I think it was late May, early June. Had a lot of aster growing and rye native grasses in there.
Okay. The sizes of the plants that you're proposing are 18 to 24 inches high. Now, my experience with aster is that's pretty close to the same height. How are they going to identify the plant versus the naturalized plantings?
Oh, well, as they mature, the proposed shrubs will grow to 6 to 10 feet high. So
right, but they have to get there.
Correct.
And how? Let me back up a little bit. Is there a way? What would you propose that we use along this border, along this area where you're proposing the plantings, to delineate this area as being one that is supposed to go back to naturalized nature, and as opposed to leaving it and making it look like something that's just an unkempt lawn and tempting somebody to do the same thing, which is to mow it down again? What can we use to delineate that in some way or another, so that a demarcation?
It is adjacent to the lawn area, and I think that it would provide a nice transition to the woods with the shrubs. We certainly can propose in the initial planting to cut back some of the established growth. But I think in terms of the placement of the shrubs and the size that they're going to mature to, I don't see someone easily being able to come in and clear it without knowing that there's a significant difference from the lawn area versus this border.
How long does it take them to get to full height?
Some of the shrubs, most are fast growing, so they'll grow 1 to 3 feet per year. So 2, maybe 3 growing seasons for the slower ones.
Okay. And how about wetland markers? Regulated area markers.
Well, Lois, can I make a comment to that real quick? The whole area is the whole thing is regulated because it's all within 100 feet of.
Correct. This is the line here, the 100-foot.
But beyond that, there is an approved disturbance line. And beyond that disturbance line, I thought that if we put the markers along that disturbance line, saying, okay, this part's been approved, and anything beyond that has not. I just don't want to see this coming back over and over again, and that's what happens if we don't have enough demarcation that says, no, you can't just mow this down because it doesn't look like the rest of your lawn. We're going to keep seeing it again. So I'm just trying to prevent that from happening.
If it's, I don't know if that's, my opinion, I don't know if that's warranted there, but that's, that would be something we could certainly discuss about the remediation when someone makes a motion on it. Is there anything, I mean, the way I see it is that they have to run around the back door in order to demarcate a line. Like where she shows on here, the dashed line is the 100-foot setback line. That's the what do you call it? That's our area.
Be able to review. But if we were to put some that were perpendicular to the pond, that ran along the approved area of disturbance, and anything beyond that was not approved. And that way it would at least be some kind of a notification that there, you know, there's a difference here. Does anybody else have any feelings along the same line?
I'll continue down the line and see what everybody's other input is, okay? Lois? Clark, do you have any thoughts on this?
Nothing at this time.
All right, well, we'll come back to Clark. Ross, anything from you?
I think with the size of the plants in relation to the height of the natural plant material around them, I think they might have a hard time growing. They might have a hard time being seen. I would almost be in favor of cutting the amount of plants in there in half, but getting 4 to 5 footers for the rest. You know, they'd be a little bit heavier. It might be a little bit more mature, a little bit stronger. You know, I think it's a thought.
Right, let's just continue down the line. We'll come back to BJ.
No comments.
No comments. Clark, are you ready to speak?
No comments.
No comments. Well, let me just remind everybody that I believe that this, whether it was the property owner or the real estate agent, came to us, I think at least twice with something that wasn't even a presentation, and they finally took the right course of action and hired a professional to present us with a plan. So as far as the what we requested previously was to hire a professional and come back with us with a remediation plan, which is what we now have, which was professionally done. It's my opinion not to pick it apart too much, but I'm not going to tell everybody else what to do. But just want to remind you that this is now a professional presentation by a licensed landscape architect. Anybody has any other ideas or wants to make motion on this?
Well, we're not in deliberations, so.
Does this get delivered? This is just a.
Well, I realize it's a professional landscape architect, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate them bringing it. But the markers don't have anything to do with the professional landscape architect. That's a decision that we would make.
Okay. Do we have any more? Does anybody have any more questions then for Mary? Okay, so this, I'm sorry, I apologize if this we'll deliberate on this later. Mary, if you have anything else that you.
Yeah, and maybe if like a additional demarcation would be required, if the commission could consider maybe a boulder rather than the post, just to have it look, you know, because this is right in their lawn area. If there's going to be any additional markings required, to have the option of a boulder or the signage.
Well, I'll comment on that first. Mary, the only thing I don't like about that is that this remediation here can be done by hand with a minimal amount of residual damage to the property, and then boulders would require certainly equipment and then more disturbance. So that's where I would have a problem.
I had one more question for Mary. How did you feel about what Ross had to say? Would be to cut down the amount of bushes or plantings that you were proposing, but make the ones that we did put in there bigger so that they were more substantial in size?
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea, to give them a better, even, you know, faster establishment and help mark the area better.
So what would you propose?
I think that the what is that tree? The river birch. I think that's fine because that's going to stand above the height of everything else. But I'm thinking, you know, something, you know, at least 4 foot tall. You know, for the rest of the shrubbery. And cut the amount of plants in half, space them all out, really naturalize it. That's how they would grow. They wouldn't grow in clumps like this, you know? So just maybe cut the amount in half and maybe go with something around 4 foot.
Mary, Mary, do you think your client would go for that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? You have enough to go on at deliberation time?
I think so.
Okay, we'll move on to application hearing determination. IWC 2020-056 Pepper Street, proposed gravel parking area for commercial vehicles.
You should have gotten those in your packet. Denise, do you want to do an overview of that?
I certainly can. This property on Pepper Street is, it's actually an industrial lot. Person has recently purchased it, has a business out of their house, and is living there with his family. Actually had a violation. I went to talk to him about a violation. He had one with wetlands, and he has one with zoning. So we sat down with him, explained to him different things. So he has now submitted both to us and planning and zoning to try to get what he has done either approved or modified. Because he's running a business out of his place, there is an area behind the house where he threw some gravel down, which is in our upland review area. It was previously grass, and has made a parking lot there and has some dumpsters.
What's the nature of his business, Denise?
He's a landscape interior, like power washing or something. I don't hold on. Do I have it? I think it's an exhibit. I don't have it with me. In his write-up, in his paperwork, he said what he was. He has to be in the landscape business in order to be able to have a business out of that place.
Does he store chemicals in that area?
I don't know what he stores. Right now, he says it's basically for the overflow of his some of his vehicles. But he has 3 dumpsters back there, and I know planning and zoning is going to require that area to be paved, not graveled. So that's going to also impact how our thinking is.
Pitch towards wetlands or away?
There's very little grades, but I mean, right now, some of it is like touching the wetlands. And so we can't really have it touching the wetlands.
Do you know what he puts in the dumpsters?
No, he did not say what he puts in the dumpsters. It just said the map that you would be looking, the maps that you should have just says proposed dumpsters, and he had 3 of them. When I was out there, there were no dumpsters.
I see on the map, one of them is labeled power washing equipment.
Thank you. That's his other part of his business, landscaping, power washing.
Which would probably involve, I mean, soaps and chemical
Probably,
cleaning.
yeah.
Exactly.
Right, it touches right up to the wetlands.
I mean, I think this is you know, it's definitely a sensitive area, and it's not just the residents with, you know, asking for an extended parking area to park a couple extra cars. In my opinion, it's, you know, we need an application here.
Well, we have
an application, but whether it's a public hearing or not.
Right.
And there are, you know, I don't know.
Then I move that we bring this to a power washing, to a public hearing on the grounds that it may have significant impact and it may be in the public interest.
Do we have a motion to move this to a public hearing from Commissioner Spence? Do we have a second?
I second it.
Second from Commissioner Gingrich. All in favor?
Aye.
Hands up, aye. All right, motion passes unanimously. Moving on to IWC 2014-09. 36 Timothy Hill Road, remaining bond release requested. Representative to speak to commission. Our representative is, was it
Be Dave Bjorklund. Did
Dave
we
Bjork?
lose him? No, he's there.
I'm here. Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Dave Bjorklund. I represent Peter Metropolis, who's the owner of the property. And what we're requesting this evening is the release of the final portion of the bond. It was originally posted when this was a subdivision. It's important to note that the subdivision is completely dead. They missed the filing deadline. They had 9 months to file the Mylar to post a bond for all the construction work and file the Mylar. They missed that. That was up years ago. So there is no way that this subdivision can be revived. The other item that I'd like to point out, and I did at the last meeting, is that the site has revegetated itself quite nicely. It's stable. So there really, this was an erosion control bond, so there really is no need for the erosion control bond to remain in place. One of the questions that we had at the last meeting that came up as a point of discussion was there is one oak timber bridge remaining. The other one was removed by my client. The other bridge is clearly on 64 Cambridge. It had nothing to do with the bond that was posted either at the Planning and Zoning Commission or with your commission. This bridge had nothing to do with the subdivision or any of the construction. The only reason 64 Cambridge even came into the picture on this subdivision was because a small portion of 64 Cambridge was going to be deeded over to 36 Timothy Hill Road as part of the road right-of-way. That's the only way that the address even got involved in this. The other item that has come to my attention, and I believe the commission's attention, is that the application that's currently in front of the commission for 64 Cambridge for Independence indicates that there was some work that was done on 64 Cambridge as a result of the construction and subdivision of 36 Timothy, and they are planning to clean up what was done. I think the way to cure this would be to make that sure that that bridge gets removed as part of the 64 for Independence application. The bridge as it sits there doesn't disturb anything. As I said, the area around it is completely stable. You can't get to the bridge any longer. So what we have is we have a lot of oak timbers just sitting in an area. So it's for that reason that we request that the remainder of the bond be released. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
And the commissioners have any questions for David? Jim? Sorry, I'll go down the line. Jim?
I'm sorry, I'm having a tough time with my mouse here. So what you're saying is that oak bridge was not installed during the development of the subdivision?
I'm not sure when that bridge was installed, Mr. Stewart.
But it's been
in my recollection, there has been access. Go ahead.
I say we've been told that was installed as part of the subdivision.
Well, it wasn't, it may have been installed for convenience during the clearing and the beginning of construction, but it wasn't an item that was bonded as part of the road construction. Nowhere near the road construction.
Anything else, Commissioner Stewart?
So what you're saying is if you go into a wetlands and you do something that wasn't contemplated, you can just leave it there and get your bond back and walk away.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the bridge was not part and parcel of the bond that was posted. I look at the bridge as a violation. It never showed on the plans. 64 Cambridge was never part of the application. The application clearly said it was 36 Timothy Hill, and if the developer wandered off onto someone else's property and did something, I see that as a wetlands violation, not as an issue that should be covered by a bond.
Denise, was this bridge on the property that was originally part of the application?
It appears when I overlaid the maps, because when they cut the swath on 36 Timothy, they had a bypass, and that's where these bridges developed from. And it appears that they did, in fact, go off the property. It was, the two bridges were not put where they had been proposed, especially the one in question. And it wasn't until the recent survey that everybody then found out that it was really on 64 and not 36 anymore.
And the bond is a wetlands bond, correct? I mean, it must be, or else we wouldn't be asked to reduce it.
I believe it's a wetlands bond.
I think that's a yes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
my
I'm saying.
question for Barbara would be, Barbara, if during construction, someone goes on someone else's property and does something, and there's a bond on the project, does that bond protect the neighbors, or is it up to the neighbors to protect themselves?
I think whatever is covered in the bond, it doesn't matter which property it's on, but under the circumstances, I certainly do see the reason in this particular case. I mean, this is kind of an unusual circumstance. I see the basis for releasing the bond at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Spence, you're next.
I do remember the application where that, where it was applied for to have two wetlands crossings. That's just not a bunch of oak timber. It's stuck someplace. That is a wetland crossing. So that is wood or timber that is in a wetland. And it is possibly by impeding flow. I do remember some reports that we read that said that flow has been impeded between one end of that wetland to the other one that used to be, now that they're considering it more isolated, and that's because the flow was interrupted. It is my belief that if these are removed, the timbers are removed, we could actually reestablish some flow. So this is not just a random pile of wood in the middle of the forest.
Dave, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, Commissioner Spence, I believe that was more the case with the other bridge that was removed, and I think Denise will, I'd like to hear Denise's comment on it. When the other bridge was removed, that was an active flowing water course. The other thing is that the bond did cover the subdivision, and there were two bridges that the commission approved as part of the subdivision. These oak timbers are nowhere near where the commission approved the two crossings. And it was, those were clearly bondable items, the bridges that you approved. This was not put in anywhere near those.
He's right. Lois, in the sense that the bridge that was removed is a more active wetlands than the one that is there now on 64.
Well, I remember I even have a vision of the wetland itself. It's a two-sided wetland with a isolated vernal pool in between, but there was a continuous wetland there. And now there is no continuous wetland. And I don't see where it's the wetland commission problem that it was put in the wrong place. It still needs to be removed. That's my take on it.
Okay, is that it, Commissioner Spence? Is that all?
That's it. That's all I have to say.
Move down to anything from Commissioner Hall,
Nothing here.
Commissioner Massaraco? Ross? He doesn't seem to be responding. We'll go to Clark, anything from you?
If it's in the wetlands, it's gotta be removed. I mean, it's been sitting there. That's the only thing that's holding up this bond release.
Okay, I'll try to give Ross another 2 seconds. Okay. Dave, you have any final things you want to say on this? Any responses?
I don't disagree with the commission members that say that it should be removed. It's our contention that it was never part of the original bond. It wasn't, the bridges that were part of the bond were never constructed. And if this Oak Bridge were in the area where the commission approved the disturbance, I would agree with them. But this is about 100 feet south of where the commission approved any wetlands involvement, and it clearly is on another piece of property that was not part of the subdivision. I see it as a violation on 64 Cambridge, not on 36 Timothy Hill Road.
Okay, I have a sense that we've got a bit of a stalemate on this, and I'm wondering if Attorney Schellenberg would have any final thoughts on what maybe we should be doing.
Well, I think the issue that Dave is raising is, was this part of the original bond or not? I don't know if that's something that requires more investigation, if that's something Denise can speak to. My position has been that the property that it's on is not relevant if it's covered by the bond. It's the work that's covered by the bond, regardless of which property it happens to be on. But he seems to be raising another issue now, which is that this was never originally part of the bond. I don't know the answer to that question.
Denise, then, do you have any light to shed on this conundrum, I guess might be the word?
I would like to say something. As someone who's put together bonds for wetlands and subdivisions, I'm sure it's not going to say wetlands temporary bridge placed on wrong property. It's certainly not going to cover that. The bond is going to be placed to protect the wetlands during construction. And how do you determine the value of that? You say, oh, silt fence and plants and topsoil and seed, and you come up with all these items to come up with a value of the bond. Well, if they go in and do something, strip the topsoil off and put an old car in the wetlands, well, the car isn't in the bond, but you still make them take it out. And I'd hate to see that the developers can come in and get a permit for a wetlands application, go onto a neighbor's property, do something in their wetlands, and then get their bond back.
Denise, did you have any final thoughts?
I don't have anything else to add.
Dave, do you have any response to any of this?
No, I think the only suggestion I can make is that Denise and I sit down and actually take a look at where the bridge is, relationship to the bond, and what was actually, the bond calculation is pretty detailed, both in the case of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Wetlands Commission. And I don't think it covered items that were not on 36 Timothy Hill Road or not part of the 36 Timothy Hill Road subdivision.
Hello, this is Peter Metropolis. I'm the owner of 36 Timothy. It seems that we've spent way too much time on this. It's getting a little. The original bond was for 36 Timothy, and I'm not personally responsible for what John Kimball, who happened to own 64 Cambridge at the same time, did on the other property. That's almost silly. He had a road heading the side of the quarry heading towards the scale house. I'm no more responsible for that bridge as the crater they built, or even the berm they built that poor Denise tripped on. Was it last month, 2 months ago? It's like, am I responsible for the quarry? Am I responsible for all the fill that was brought in the last year? Let's stop wasting time on this. You guys, you can deliberate it later. It's 10,000. It's a bigger argument of silliness. If anything, staff should have, or it should have been a violation years ago. All right, let's bigger and better things.
Okay. At this point, we do a motion on this. At this point,
Isn't that a deliberation thing too? So are we deliberating on this, or is that we're not in deliberations right now?
no, but I don't know if we move this to the bond release. I don't know if we move this to deliberations. I don't remember.
There's other bond releases also that are in deliberation session.
Okay, I'll make the motion that we deny the bond request until such time as the bridge is removed. Or additional evidence from the staff is provided.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Spence. All in favor, say aye. Wait, let me see. What do we got? We got 4. Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Aye. I'm gonna, okay, we got 5 in favor. I'm gonna oppose it. That was our results. Okay, now we're on to 390 Monroe Turnpike. Is that where we are? I'm sorry, I'm confused. Verification of proposed work can be done under agent approval.
Want me, Chris Russo, I'm here for McDonald's Real Estate Company. You would like me to present, or Denise, I didn't know if you wanted to say something.
Well, let's let Denise bring us up. And then.
Okay, I'm more than happy to bring you up to speed. Last meeting, I came to talk to you about the modifications that McDonald's wants to make. They have the single drive-through. They're now going to do the double drive-through. And we had discussed it, and the commission had said they would like the representative to come and talk a little bit more about it, because I think Jim Stewart had some questions about some of the grading, drainage, and at the time all I had was the one map just showing us the 2 drive-through areas and some of the changes in pavement. So Chris was asked to come and present it, and we do have the maps that you provided. We do have them. We need to put them up on the screen.
Great. Yes, so Chris Russo, on behalf of McDonald's Real Estate Company, from Russo Rizio LLC, offices 10 Sasko Hill Road in Fairfield. Donna, I don't know, do you want to make me presenter to show those plans, or do you have them? Do you want to pull? Okay.
Can
No,
Yeah, I just made you presenter, Chris.
Okay, I also took the maps that you had given me, Chris, and I put the 100-foot offset in red. So if you want to use those or yours, it doesn't matter. I'm just.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe that'd be better if you have the 100-foot offset. Then yeah, maybe that would be better.
I just hand drew it in because I just thought the commission like just to get a better view. You know.
Sure. So do you have that to put up, or?
Donna has it.
Oh, Donna has it. Okay.
Sorry, Donna.
Okay. Hold on. Oh, Chris, sorry.
No problem. I'm still here.
Oh, there you go. I don't know. I'm confused.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay. Let me get that.
And while you're getting it, I can just explain. So McDonald's is looking to work within their existing developed area of their site and expand from a single to a double drive-through. If you've driven by, there's a lot of McDonald's right now that are going under renovations. The other part of it is they are going to reface the facade, the entire exterior facade of McDonald's. So we're applying to P&Z for that, for approval of the double drive-through and for the exterior renovations. As far as site work, really the only thing that's happening on the outside is the refacing, and then the concrete. They're taking up some of the pavement and putting concrete. If you've been to that McDonald's, when you go through the drive-through, you start on pavement, and then you go to the order menu board, and once you order, you turn the corner, and there's it switches to a concrete. That is just getting continued all the way around for the drive-through. And that's really it that's happening on the exterior. Okay, yeah, there you go. So let's see, if we zoom in on that, where'd it go? It was there. There it is, okay. So that concrete that is, there we go. Okay. So the concrete's there right now on this, what I guess is the eastern side. And it's just going to continue around through where the menu boards are and at the beginning of the drive-through on the western side. Then there'll be some pavement repair. But that's really all that's happening. There's no change in the drainage. There's they're just working within what's there now in updating this site. And there's also, and I'm sure if you've been there, you've seen this, but there is a gate that starts at the dumpster enclosure, and it runs. It's a 6-foot wood fence, and it runs the entire length of the property all the way up to it stops short of Monroe Turnpike, and that protects it from the wetlands. So we don't think, there really will be no impact on the wetlands. There's no real threat of any impact on the wetlands. So we ask for agent approval.
Now I just have one comment, which Chris doesn't know about yet. When it gets to P&Z, I just want it thrown out there. The parallel, the spots that you have where the pass-throughs are for the two order areas, apparently those spots are not allowed by planning and zoning. So you're gonna have to find four other parking spots in somewhere else. So I don't know how they're gonna change that, and we could still do it as agent approval if the commission allows that. I just want them to be aware that that may be a change.
You know, I haven't received comments yet from zoning, so that's the first I've
Right.
heard of that.
I did, they mentioned it and I said, well, is it something I could kind of mention at the meeting? I don't know the zoning, but they did make a comment about those 4 parking spaces. So they may have to be found a little bit in other areas on site.
Yeah, or to be honest, we might, I'm trying to quickly look at our parking calculations, but we might actually ask for, we might end up asking for a waiver, because with McDonald's, I mean, their business has changed. That's why we're doing right now, we've been in Newington, Simsbury, Greenwich. We've been all over the place where the renovations that McDonald's are going to as they transition from being these restaurants. I mean, if you know, any of you have driven through this McDonald's, there's so many parking spaces that are empty. They clearly don't need this many parking spaces, because it's 75% of their business comes through the drive-through. And I mean, with the pandemic, it was 100%. And they think now, since the pandemic has happened, that they're gonna it's gonna even more so be just a drive-through business. So we might end up, if that's the case, we might end up asking for a variance rather than to have any other changes to the site.
Yeah, I just wanted you to be aware that that might become an issue when you hit planning and zoning. It shouldn't
Great, thank
affect whether they decide if it's agent approval or not. I just wanted it out there.
No, thank you.
Yep.
So we're trying to decide, and let me just ask this, Denise and Chris, either one, and their option would be also to remove some seats, correct?
To remove some what?
They could also possibly remove some seats to lower the parking.
I don't know what the,
possibility?
I don't know what the
No,
parking spaces
no,
are.
unfortunately, the parking's, there are, in other towns, they do it based on seating, but actually Monroe is on square footage.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
That's right. I should know that. Okay, so what do we do? Just anybody have any comments? Let's start from the beginning. Commissioner Stewart, what are your thoughts on this? Agent approval or hearing?
I think an agent approval, given the situation we're in these days, is fine.
Okay. Commissioner Spence?
Same here.
Okay, Commissioner Gingras?
Same here.
Commissioner Massaraco?
Well, if this was going to be a Chick-fil-A, I'd be all for it.
We're biased now.
North Haven, not that far.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, agent approval.
Yes,
Commissioner
agent
Hall?
approval.
All right, so someone please make a motion.
I make a motion that we have Denise do an agent approval for this application.
I heard a Commissioner Gingras make a motion. Second. I can't see everybody because the map is still up, so just speak up. You're gonna get a second. Second from
BJ?
that was BJ. Commissioner Hall? Yes. Okay. Could Denise or Chris, can someone remove the map, please?
I don't have control of that. Sorry.
Hold on.
I think Donna has it, yeah.
Sorry.
What am I doing here?
Here you go.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Yes.
Aye.
Is that everybody? Commissioner Gingras, looks like we are unanimous. Agent approval. McDonald's.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Thank you. All right. Now we're at the deliberation session. And we have
170 Purdy Hill Road.
yep. And one of the and the Century Hill, correct?
Yes. But right now we have 170 Purdy Hill Road.
Well, we're starting with 170 Purdy. Okay, 170 Purdy Hill Road. I think we We have a motion with some changes or conditions,
So move,
almost.
so move.
Excuse me, what was that?
I will make the motion.
But please spell it out. Changes.
Okay, I move that we approve this application with conditions.
And those are,
And those would be, to move the limit of disturbance and the boulders to 25 feet, a minimum of 25 feet from the wetlands in order to establish a yard. And wetland markers to be on the same line as the boulders. Boulders are to be of minimum 1/2 cubic yard in size. And any open engineer comments, town engineer comments to be addressed.
that it?
That's what I have.
Anybody second that motion?
Second.
Second from, I think I saw Commissioner Hall. Okay, any discussions on this from any of the other commissioners? No one?
None.
All right, so then all in favor of this motion? Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion accepted unanimously. Okay, now we're on to the 104 Century now, Donna?
Well, we have deliberations, we have enforcement deliberations later on down the line there.
Yeah,
The next thing would be bond releases, reductions, and reports.
oh, I'm sorry, that you're right, it's in a different spot. Sorry, I wrote it down the wrong area. Okay, so now bond release reduction. I 11-18, 114 Main Street. I think he's under Maggie B, if I remember. And Denise?
I have no issues with the commission releasing the bond.
Okay. Does anybody have any comments? Someone would like to make a motion to release the bond?
So move.
I think that was a motion from Commissioner Spence, is that right? A second?
Again.
Second from Commissioner Hall. All in favor? Aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Now we're at IWC 2014-09. Wait a second, I'm sorry. We already did that.
You already? Yeah, we did that
I'm lost
one.
again. I'm lost again. Am I?
104 Elm.
104 Elm.
And that's a plant substitution, so Denise will explain.
Yeah, they 104 Elm is having some issues finding some of the plants that they had specified. So William Kenny had given me a plant substitution for 3 different species. And just wanted to know if it was acceptable. There is the map he sent, and I had put the substitutions, but I do see William Kenny on. I don't know if he wants to speak on this or not, or we'll put the map up and I'll continue.
I'm here if you have any questions, but please, Denise, if you want to continue, that's fine. Sure.
So I know that 2 of them were shrubs and 1 was a tree, and I didn't see any issues with the plant species that he had recommended, but it's up to the commission.
Okay.
Did we get paperwork on this?
No. But if you hold on, I have a photo. Hold on. I have
Ross will be
something.
our man.
What are the names?
There's actually, it's 3 trees, so
Yeah.
would be
Hold on, I'm getting it up.
Substitute hornbeam for black cherry, gray birch for sassafras, and pin oak for eastern cottonwood.
Yeah, in the plant chart, if you want it, Donna, since you still have control, you'll see the red writing that I have on where the plant chart is towards the bottom.
Oh, yep. Let's see, how do I do that?
That the magnifying glass should do it, but yeah, just hit that a couple times.
Ooh.
Okay. There you go. Move that bar across and it should make it bigger.
Yeah, it did.
Ah. There's a delay on our end. That's why I was like, whoa.
There's a delay on my end too.
Well, I could see it's to the left a little bit. No.
Down where?
Yep, down a little bit. So you'll see the as he said, the whoops.
There we go. I see it. Okay.
Oh,
There you go.
there it
Yeah.
is.
So the black cherry, he's making a substitute with the hornbeam, as he said. The sassafras is the gray birch, and the cottonwood is a pin oak.
Anybody have any questions about these substitutions?
Sounds good.
Someone like
I
to
would-
make a motion? Sorry.
Now,
Go ahead.
I would like to see Ross's comments. He's our landscape guy.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Good. Does someone like to
Yep.
make a motion?
I'll motion for the change.
We have a motion from Commissioner Massaraco. A second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Gingras. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I believe that's everybody. Motion
Aye.
passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. Could we remove that plan, please? Okay, time extensions, looks like there's none. Now we're at IWC agent activity reports. Agent approvals. Denise, you want to run through those?
IAA 2020-14, 25 Settlers Farm Road for an above ground pool. IAA 2020-15, 11 Joan Drive for an in-ground pool. A lot of pools this year.
Oh, yes. Permitted uses as of right, IPU 2018-01, Department of Public Works, road repair, replacement, and or general maintenance. IW regulation sections 4.2C expires 3/28.
Oh,
Okay.
actually, I should have had a write-in. We got one for an emergency septic repair for permitted as of right.
Okay, what is that address? We have to state the address for the record.
94 Ridgedale Road. I'm sorry, it just came in and
Okay,
And somebody forgot to add it, which means it must be me.
no. It was put on my desk from yeah.
It's okay. I'm teasing.
We got the other ones that were important. This is not as important, you know?
enforcement deliberation. Deliberations on completed remediation, so this is 104 Century Hill.
Yeah.
What do we want to do? Anyone?
Hold it, just a minute, I'm getting my, oh, this one.
No.
Okay, Yeah, what do we want to do about this one? I'll move to approve with conditions. But there's got to be further discussion.
I'm sorry, what?
They move to approve with conditions, but I think they're pending further discussion.
Well, you could still make your motion and then we could discuss it.
Okay, then the motion has been made.
But
Move
what
to
are the
approve.
changes? What are
Well,
the,
that's what part of the discussion is. Move to approve with changes, and then we approve the whole thing once we get the changes in. The only change that I have recorded is that we were going to cut the number of plantings in half and make the shrubs that they are putting in at least twice the size of the proposed ones.
okay. And then some kind of a marker, was that the other one?
That was what I was asking for. Nobody else had any comments, so I'm not really sure where everybody else stands on that.
I'll go down the list. I would say that I'm in favor of the plant thing because I think it's, one half dozen the other. I'm not so keen on the markers. Commissioner Stewart?
I'm fine with the shrubs being larger, and I'm also okay with not having the markers.
Thank you. Commissioner Gingrich?
Okay with the size of the shrubs being enlarged. Fine without the markers.
Okay, Commissioner Massaraco?
I feel the same.
Okay, Commissioner Hall?
I'm good with the change in the plants. Don't see the necessity for the markers.
All right,
I had
Commissioner
one
Spencer?
question, Keith. Something that you had recommended was to not put the silt fence. Can you explain your reasoning on that one?
Okay, yeah, I mentioned it and I forgot I mentioned that. This work is shovel and pick work. There's no equipment really needed. We could also condition that because it's small stuff in little pots. So to have them go and dig into the root mass and the ground to slice in some silt fence when really there's nothing that would be eroded from a little planting like this. Just excess work in it, and I think it does more harm than good. We've actually in the past made the same request for the same reasons.
Okay, so what are we going to do about mowing and that kind of thing? Because if we don't say that there will be, we need to define what it is that we want it left at. Do we want it to naturalize? Do we want no mow grass? Do we want mowing once a year?
Yeah,
we need,
My opinion is mulch and or maintenance for the 3-year period, whatever's necessary to get the plants to. And we know that doesn't mean mowing the whole thing, but it may mean, say weed whacking a 2 or 3 foot perimeter, whatever standard to keep it from getting, overrun by anything that could impede its growth.
okay, we just need to specify.
That's kind of tough to specify. So I would say, mulching and maintenance as necessary for provide plant survival.
You're dropping out on me. I can't hear you. I don't know about anybody else. Can anybody else hear everything Keith is saying?
No, he's dropping out.
Sorry, let me try it again. So mulch and maintenance as necessary for the survival of the plants.
Yeah, I'm all for that. Maybe weed whacking around, maybe once a month during the growing season.
Once a month, or do we want to do weed whacking like we've done others where it's like April and September, or I think something like that? You had it like the beginning of the growing season and towards the end to kind of help allow the plants to grow.
Well, if they're mulch,
it's not the whole area. It's not the whole area. It's just around what's necessary. They can't go and field cut it. They could just keep, competition away from the new plants.
Right. But do we want to specify like once or twice? Do it, April, do it, spring and fall, or?
I mean, I don't think anybody's really going to go specifying. I don't know how much that really helps us. you got to look at it every year, or the report on the survivability, and it's all got to be there in 3 years. It's on them.
Okay,
It's more than just survivability, because it's got to be naturalized. And I mean, they could cut down everything and make it lawn, and the plants can still survive, but the lawn will be around it. So unless we specify that we want this to naturalize, it could
That was
just. I know that's part of the application, but I don't know if the new owners will look at it the same way.
How about a 3-foot ring around each plant of mulch? And I mean, if you put a 3-foot ring around each plant, and if you put it there pretty thick, nothing's going to grow in it, and you won't have to do any weed whacking.
And the rest to be left alone?
The rest of it, leave it alone.
It works for me.
That's it. Keep it simple.
And with a 3-year monitoring.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. So that's, you want me to restate?
So we need
I'm sorry.
second?
Well, let's
Second?
restate it, Lois.
Yeah, restate it.
Okay. I move that we approve this, it's not an application, submission, with the conditions that we will cut the amount of plantings in half, and by at least doubling the size of the plants that they will be putting in, and that plantings will be hand dug, no silt fence will be applied, and each plant should be mulched heavily for a 3-foot radius, and the rest of the area left alone to naturalize.
Sounds good. Do you have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Gingrich. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
passes unanimously. Okay. Is that it for the remediation submissions?
Yes.
Okay. Completed items from this agenda. Nothing there, right? Administrative review, enforcement issues. Nothing, right? And status updates. Nothing. Okay,
Oh.
now we're on discussion other 375 Chalk Hill Road, new cell tower.
Okay, we have a plan for it. This is the cell tower, I guess, is work that's being done by the town of Monroe. And the AECom, the people from the wireless, they reached out to me. They are aware that while the cell tower is outside the 100-foot upland review area, there is a little bit of the trenching of the conduit that's going to be in the upland review area near wetlands. And because it's in the upland review area, they wanted to know if they could just have it as an agent approval.
I say yes.
Okay with that?
Mhm.
Okay.
All right, so I'll make a motion, please.
I move that we bring 375 Chalk Hill Road to agent approval.
Have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Gingrich. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
And then we had something we added here, correct?
Nope. We have 46 Huntington, Gusky Pond, beaver issue.
Okay.
The height of the pond, the beavers have been very, very busy, and the height of the pond has gotten so bad that it's now endangering people's septic systems and pools. So Ed Risco, who does the police department, I guess he's the animal control officer. He does all the beaver stuff. The upper dam, he's proposing to install 3 12-inch diameter plastic pipes. And in the other one, he's adding another additional 18-inch pipe. I do have photos of the area that he did send to me if it's required to look at them or not.
This should be agent approval. Hasn't it been in the past?
No, it's, normally it goes under IPUs. It's normally it goes under the,
Public Works.
Public Works, the IPU 2018-01, road repair, replacement, or general maintenance. The beaver damage kind of falls under that, because this is a Gusky's Pond. It's not on someone's particular property per se.
Oh, I understand. Okay. So this is a Public Works is gonna do at the pipe.
Public Work, well, yeah, I mean, Ed Risco, I guess the police department, but it's a town
So
person.
then what do we have to do with this?
Basically informing you about it.
Oh, that's all. Okay. All right. I thought we were, okay, that's good.
No, it's if there was any conversation or there's something that you didn't want them to do, that would be the time to let us know, so I could tell them.
No, we can't have septic systems failing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Good that
So
they're doing it this way.
I'm sorry, what was that, Commissioner?
It's good that they're doing it this way as opposed to previous years where they just removed the entire dam and had all kinds of other issues.
Yeah.
This is good.
Okay, now it's the one that we added, Keith.
Okay. And that, I missed that because I was dealing with a dog. So if someone wants to call that one out for me?
IWC 2019-12R 4 Main Street, 5 Victoria.
Oh,
Discussion
I have
of
to recuse myself for this anyways. So,
okay, I guess I'll take it.
right.
So the planning and zoning, all the plans have been submitted, and we just got a letter today from the property owner. They're trying to file the map on the land records. However, our condition A1 stated that all parcels must be, including 5 Victoria, must be filed on the Monroe land records. When they went to planning and zoning, apparently they were just looking at the 2 parcels. So now they're trying to say that they're confused. They don't want to have all the parcels put together. They're just looking at the 2 on the map. And P&Z is holding it because that was one of our conditions, which we're saying has not been met. So basically, we kind of have to revisit it because I'm not sure what you want to do or what the intent was. But I mean, we did state all parcels.
We did. If I remember correctly, the application is for remediation as well as development, right?
Yes.
And if you look at the application, it lists all 3 properties as part of this application. So in our decision letter, obviously, it should have all 3 properties completed, included. And this was in the letter. There should have been no surprise or no confusion. I don't understand why they're confused about it.
I think that they don't want to do it, and so that they're trying to, because they made it very clear to P&Z that no, we're not doing all 3. But we stated all of them had to be put in. So but we received this letter today.
Well, I think if I remember correctly, wasn't it because they were taking a part of 5 Victoria and putting it into one of the other lots?
5 Victoria and 4
partial part of it.
Part of 5 Victoria is. But the building, the existing building, the driveway that comes off of Main Street and the building, that's the parcel that they don't seem to want to put as merge in everything. They seem to want to keep that piece out. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the site plan that building was also supposed to be demolished. So I don't really understand the whole thing of why, when we said all, they're trying to say, well, we don't have the right to.
Did they sell one of the properties?
No, I don't believe I don't believe they sold, because the application was 4 Main, 7198, and then 5 Victoria.
Yeah, that is the application.
Yeah, but I'm saying if they had sold one property since the application, then they can't put anything on the land records at this point.
And I believe it nullifies the entire, if we read the decision letter, which Donna also sent us, I believe it says that if we don't, let me see if I can find that.
Combining
I
all
put the map up on the screen. This is what they were trying to file, if I'm not mistaken. Is that what you put on the thing here, Denise?
Yes, that's what and you'll see there's the boundary between Trumbull and Monroe, but there's the piece, if you know, it's kind of rounded and cut out. That piece is where the driveway that goes in now to the building, that's the piece that they're not including.
But that was part of the application, was it not?
That was part of the application, yes, correct.
Well, I'm looking at just a minute.
Because if they took a piece of land from 5 Victoria and that they're merging with 4 Main and 7192. Or at least that's what it says.
And I think if I remember correctly, that's what you wanted to make sure was reflected, Lois, if I'm remembering it correctly, was that you wanted to make sure that that piece was shown on a filed map. The conveyed from the area that was conveyed from 5 Victoria.
Right.
You know what, since we only got this afternoon, I have had no chance to do any investigation on it.
I know, I'm sorry.
But you know what? What strikes me, and I think maybe Barbara could weigh in on this, is that this was all listed on the approval letter. And that was months ago. Now, there is an appeal period. They could appeal our decision within a certain amount of time after the decision, after they received their letter. There was no appeal.
That's true. They could have done so.
So I'm wondering if this last minute stuff, I don't know, it just doesn't sound right to me. And it sounds like it's very last minute. And there isn't enough time, or hasn't been enough time for us to investigate it, to really see what, goes through the hearing record and that kind of stuff, to see exactly what was said.
Well, I mean, you can table it till the next meeting so you have time to review.
All right, commissioners, how do we feel on this?
Let's table it to the next meeting.
Yeah, ask them to come and explain their request.
Can I do that now?
Okay, go ahead, Kevin.
Sorry, hi. For the record, this is Kevin Soley with Soley Engineering. We worked on the project and we were able to secure approvals from this commission for the fill permit application and wetland restoration on this property. I can just maybe provide a little bit of clarity. Our application was to fill 2 properties out front and to remediate and restore and provide some excavation on the rear portion of 5 Victoria Drive towards the rear of the site. So the map that Donna has up on the screen was the lot line revision plan that we had prepared in working with the abutting property owner who owned 5 Victoria, which basically carved out a small portion of 5 Victoria and consolidated that lot with 4 Main Street and 7192 Main Street. So that's the larger piece. And I'm not sure if you can actually make me presenter, Donna, but I can actually show you the approved plans. Just kind of talk through it. Yeah.
Let me find you. There you are. Hello. Okay, Kev, you should have it.
Yes. Great. Thank you. So you guys should be able to see my screen. This was the final set of plans that we had prepared. But then just to remind everyone, so this was a fill permit application, which included, some wetland remediation restoration associated with the 5 Victoria. So the parcels in question here, there's this parcel here, which was being consolidated or the lot line was being revised to incorporate this rear portion of 5 Victoria. The additional parcel that was part of the application is this small piece here. This is, it's outside of the wetland area, it's outside of the areas of the 2 parcels where there was work, related to the wetlands. And I think during the hearing and during the presentation, we had talked about, and we had provided, even in the original map, this, that lot consolidation plan, or lot line revision plan, excuse me, which would basically move this property line out to here so that this parcel would be larger. And this was a second parcel, which was still a subject to the application, but it wasn't proposed to be merged. So we had proposed a lot line revision plan, not a lot consolidation. We weren't proposing to consolidate all 3 of these parcels. We were proposing to basically move this line to just consolidate this piece with, or to move the line to basically capture a portion of 5 Victoria. As we went through the process with planning and zoning, this site, if you recall, was subject for, we wanted to get a permit to start the filling operations, so that, and we were working on a subsequent application which would include development of the properties. We had proposed that the 2 properties would be consolidated as part of a subsequent approval, both from planning and zoning, so that when the overall development gets approved, we would then consolidate it so it's all in one fee simple lot. Right now, there's an LLC that owns this southerly parcel, and there's an LLC that owns this northerly parcel. The northerly parcel is what's kind of absorbing that portion of 5 Victoria. So we never intended, and I think if you review the minutes, we had actually requested not to have to consolidate these 2 lots until we went through that subsequent phase and we got a formal site plan approval for the development of the 2 parcels. And it's really just, it's kind of an ownership structure for the applicant, because they own this in one entity, they own this in a second. From a wetland standpoint, I believe the discussion during the hearing was, since we were doing this wetland restoration and remediation on 5 Victoria, we were doing the filling on this larger piece in the regulated area, that the commission wanted to make sure that this transfer took place as part of the final filing, so that lot line revision to push this portion of 5 Victoria into this piece was something that we needed to have done. And I'm not sure if during deliberations or subsequent conversations that all 3 parcels were supposed to be consolidated. That was never the intent from a presentation standpoint, from an applicant standpoint, but that's, I think that's kind of why we're here, and why our client was a little confused, because they really felt that the filing of the lot line revision plan, which basically makes this piece, one big piece, was what the intent was.
I do remember some conversation among commission members having to do with what happens if one parcel is owned by somebody else. And like I said, I needed to go back and do more research. I only had a couple of hours and there wasn't enough time. There was definitely a lot of question about that. But it did say in the approval letter that those 3 parcels were to be combined. So that's not on the land records. It's not a surprise. Hold on, I'm looking at it.
So they're trying to right now effectuate this transfer of the portion of 5 Victoria, which would be the filing of that lot line revision plan, but planning and zoning isn't letting us do that because it doesn't also address this other condition. And I think my client, the applicant, was a little bit confused as to how that got wrapped into the approval because they felt that, you know, again, I think from a Wetlands Commission standpoint, you guys wanted to make sure that, you know, all the work related to this was kind of captured. And all three applicants were obviously, or all three properties were subject to the application. So even the approval still requires this work to happen. It would just happen over two properties.
All right, commission members, I'm going to do a quick poll. Do you feel confident to do something about this tonight, or do you want to wait until next month when we have a chance to do a little bit more research?
I say we wait till next month.
This is BJ. I agree.
I'm good waiting.
Worth waiting? Okay. All right.
You know, I'll just offer again, you know, it's July. The commission doesn't meet again until August. We're trying to finalize our review of approval with both wetlands and planning and zoning. You know, I certainly understand the latest of the request, but again, we're now going to miss another month to enable to actually go start the filling operations. We've been trying to be as responsive to everybody as we could. You know, I understand if we have to wait until August to do this, but then just so everyone's aware, this commission acts in August, they make a decision one way or the other. It's then going to be several weeks, if not months, before we go through the rest of the land use process to actually start this work. And the whole purpose of us making this application last November was to try to have this construction season as an opportunity to do this work and to clean up the site that currently has all kinds of piles on it that we want to get this cleaned up and ready for development.
Well, I believe that the two were supposed to be mutually exclusive. The remediation is not necessarily linked to the application for whatever the word is that I'm looking for, which is escaping me at the moment, for activity and for activity for development. And they are not necessarily linked, and they don't have to be linked. And there's no reason why remediation can't happen without the other work being done. So, and we have to do on this.
This commission mandated that we start the remediation work that was approved as part of this application. We can't do that until we have a pre-construction meeting with planning and zoning. We can't have a pre-construction meeting with planning and zoning until this map is filed.
I wish you had given us more than a couple of hours.
I didn't prepare the letter. That wasn't in my responsibility. I happened to be on, so I can try to at least provide some clarity. I understand that.
Well, I appreciate your efforts, Kevin. That's great. But we really need to do our due diligence here and find out exactly what our intent was. We handle enough of this kind of stuff where it gets a little confusing after time. So I would personally like to hold it off until I get a chance to really look at it and figure out what it was.
We're going to miss months of prime construction season.
I hear you.
If the commission feels if you want to give the direction that you have to consolidate the lots, give that direction. If you feel that you don't need to consolidate the lots, give that direction. But just pushing this out and delaying it prevents us from moving the project forward.
Well, we could default back to the decision letter, which was that the lots needed to be consolidated. I mean, that's the original intent. And I still can't find it here.
You know, again, given the clarification that I provided, if you polled the commission members and they felt that yes, all three lots or both lots had to be consolidated, you know, that's certainly at least clear direction for our client to try to keep the ball moving forward. But if based on my discussion, if there isn't a need to consolidate these two parcels, that would at least provide clarity on that end. I'm just trying to prevent this project being delayed again for a longer duration.
Once again, I'll poll the commission.
Jim,
So when is the next meeting?
August 23rd,
Yeah,
August 26th.
sorry.
25th?
26th.
Yeah, yep.
Hmm.
To be honest, Kevin, you went through that explanation so fast that my head is just as swimming as it was before.
Yeah, Kevin, can you give it to me again, very simply, for someone who's normally in bed by 9:22?
Sure. That's a portion of 5 Victoria Drive that is getting merged with 71, this parcel.
Yeah.
We had provided a lot line revision plan, which would convey this into this as
Yeah.
part of our application.
Okay.
The property owner made an agreement with with the owner of 5 Victoria to do that. We've prepared the map. We're trying to file that map to formally convey that in. And that was
Okay.
our representations during the public hearing.
Okay.
The condition is now requiring not only this to be consolidated, but also this parcel to be merged with this parcel.
Okay. But
The applicant presented that they didn't want to merge these two parcels as part of a fill permit. They were willing to merge those parcels as part of the subsequent site plan approval, which would be, done as part of.
But why wouldn't we want those merged if you're going to fill them both? And then they don't get merged, and then you have a property that's filled and not usable.
I disagree. It's not usable. This filling operation makes this property developable. Right now, part of the issue with why this property can't be developed is because you come in off the road and it sinks down in a hole. People don't want to develop a property down in a hole. This operation was to raise this front portion of the property, which would actually make it viable. And
both parts of the property.
we're raising this piece and this piece. They're both getting raised.
And you're saying that you could develop either parcel separately if they were never connected?
Yes.
The problem is that the application that was presented to us was not only for remediation, but it was for activity, for development. And that parcel is part of it. If we take out one part or the other, then it changes the entire decision. It just doesn't flow. Barbara, help.
The parcels weren't approved independently. The approval applies to both pieces, and both pieces are subject to the approval. There are components of the regulations which allow for joint applications which cover two parcels. And we went through that with planning and zoning as well.
But not ours. Ours do not.
Yeah, absolutely. It does.
I helped rewrite our regulations. I know that does not say that. Wetland, perhaps P&Z does, but wetlands and our regulations does not state that. If you can find it, then you'll prove me wrong. But I do not believe that that's true. Now, Barbara, if we were to do this and remove this property, this third property from the site plan application, because this is a dual application, it's not just remediation, it's also site plan. If we were to remove this one part, how does it change the entire decision, and how does it change responsibilities on all ends?
I think that's problematic. It was part of the application, part of the approval.
So would your suggestion?
I don't really.
Go ahead.
I don't really understand how you do that.
So would your suggestion be to leave it as it is and combine, stand behind our letter and complete the requirements as the letter states?
It seems like the reasonable way to do it. Or as you said, if I understand the concern that Kevin is presenting with delay, But if it's something the commission wants to look into more, then you certainly have the discretion to table it and address it at the next meeting. I mean, that's another possibility.
From a legal point of view, if we change something and just say, okay, well, that part of the decision letter is no longer applicable, doesn't that nullify everything?
Yeah, I don't, as I said, I'm trying to be as, to say, maybe it's something that can be looked into if you want to table it. But at first blush, I agree. I don't see how you do that. I don't see how you just go ahead and change the approval. That's what was part of the approval. That's what the decision letter said. I don't see a way that you just now change what was on a site plan that was approved.
Okay.
From a legal perspective, that does not make sense to me.
I think that the motion was what we wanted, which is we wanted to make sure all the parcels were together before they started to fill the property, so that when it was filled, it could be used as it was proposed.
That lower section, is part of that in Trumbull?
Yes, it is.
So
The town line,
Go ahead.
the town line between Monroe and Trumbull runs here.
So you guys thinking down the road, maybe that lower section there that's mostly in Trumbull is part of a bigger area that could become something much larger? Just wondering here.
Part of our application included a conceptual development plan, which showed how the site could be developed, and it would extend both on Monroe and Trumbull. This was something that was presented and submitted with our application and approved by this commission as that potential plan.
How does that set up? How does that look on the other plan you showed us with the 3 yellow things you had?
I think the yellow things disappear when I transfer, but I'll highlight it again for everyone.
Like where would buildings be on that, on one of those other ones?
So again, this is the rear part, which is the 5 Victoria, which is being consolidated into this parcel, which comes like this. So it's all intents and purposes to consolidate all these 3 lots when we pursue a site plan application for the development of these parcels. The only thing that the applicant was confused about, and again, I didn't write the letter, I didn't request this, I was somewhat removed from those conversations. We had proposed to move this lot line to make this one parcel. The condition required that all 3 parcels be consolidated. And that was never the intent of the applicant, to consolidate this parcel and merge this parcel and this parcel as part of this application process. We were hoping to do that as part of a subsequent site plan approval.
I understand your conundrum. And I understand also that we are working under time restraints and everybody wants it resolved. But when we throw ourselves into situations that could become legal quagmires, just like the Timothy Hill 64 Cambridge thing, we have to do due diligence to find out that we're not creating more problems for the future. So either we can leave it up to the applicant, either he follows the letter the way we had requested, or what?
Well, most of that 3rd lower area is in Trumbull, like 90% of it.
Right.
Right?
This piece.
So we only have jurisdiction over that little corner at the top of the lower area. Right? That little corner at the top is in Monroe. That's it. That's really all we can decide on. Is that right?
Yeah, that looks like what it says.
So what do we put? I think we should just roll with it.
Because it was part of
Want
the
to move
site.
forward?
This is what, this is where we run into all our issues when they throw things at us that are so complex.
But we'd have no say what happens in Trumbull. The only say we have is what's going to happen in that little corner there. I think
true. You can't control what's going to happen in Trumbull.
I think we just let's let them run with it.
Barbara, I'm going to fall back on you again. What potential issues do you see that could happen?
I mean, at first, Lois, you had said we have to look at what the intent of the approval is. I don't have the exact wording. I mean, it would have to be something I need to look at. All I can tell you is that it's not appropriate to change the property that's part of a site plan approval unless you come in with an application to modify the site plan approval. I mean, that's the way it's appropriately done. So
I can put the approval up on the screen. I can put the document up.
Actually,
if it's ambiguous in some way, then the commission has to determine. If that's the question, if there's an ambiguity, the commission has to determine what it meant. I don't have any problem with that. If something is ambiguous and the commission says, well, yes, this is what we meant, but if something is clear, you don't just change it because somebody is unhappy with the way it reads. So
it's on the top of page 3, Donna. It's actually in the middle of page 3.
Yeah, Kevin, it's there. Kevin's putting it up.
And it's yeah.
It's condition A, Kevin.
There we go.
There you go.
Nope, up one. There we go.
Condition A. Okay, it says what it says. Is there something that's ambiguous?
No.
Then that's what the approval is. Again, if the applicant now wants a modification of the approval, the applicant can file an application to modify. That's the appropriate way you do it.
Okay, that sounds like.
As you said, Lois, if the applicant was unhappy with the conditions, the applicant could have appealed. That's another way to deal with it.
Right, but that time limit is long gone.
But, right, I'm just saying that those are the appropriate way. Again, if there's something that the commission feels is ambiguous and there's a clarification being sought, that's one thing. But if there's a modification of a clear approval, a condition of approval, you have to apply for that, right? Okay. I don't think I'm saying anything that's not the way the commission, I'm sure, has acted in the past.
Okay. Commission, do you understand and do you approve? What's your consensus?
Well, it's right there in black and white. I mean, we don't have a choice, really.
Yep.
Yeah,
I think Barbara stated it clearly.
I think we need to move along. We got a lot of people waiting for the other item.
Yeah.
Amen.
Okay, so
Come
that will be.
Come back.
We don't need a vote on this.
I understand.
What, Kevin?
No, I understand and I appreciate it and I do. And again, I didn't put the request. I'd never like to drop something on you guys last minute. I wanted to provide some clarification.
Thank you.
But we understand. I understand.
Okay. Okay, so staff, we have direction on what needs to happen there.
Well, this was just a general discussion, so you're not really, you're keeping it as it is. So I mean, you can make a motion if you want, but
I don't think we really need one if there's nothing movable.
Right.
Okay. All right, so now that's decided. I guess we can bring Keith back in. How do we do that?
Yeah.
There he is.
Hello. All right, so now we're on to the minutes for June 24th, 2020.
Let's see. Let me see. Move to approve with some minor changes. Page 3 of 7. In the center of the page, the paragraph says he explained phase 2 would include the grading and seeding, blah, blah, blah. Advised the phase would take an additional 3 to 4 years to complete, although that might have been stated in different ways, different times. I've heard 3 to 4 and 3 to 5.
phase 2 would take an estimated 3 to 4.
Yes.
Okay.
That was an answer to a question one of the commissioners, and I think that's probably it.
Okay.
So we have a motion to accept with those changes. Is someone going to second that?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Hall. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Regulation Amendment Committee,
Nothing.
Public Outreach Committee.
Nothing.
Okay. Correspondences, none. 64
Nope.
Cambridge, 4 independents. 4 independents. We have, it's now 9:40. We'll be give them to 10:40. We'll give this till 10:40. Kevin, I believe you were going to give us the 2 alternates. That's where we left off. That's correct?
Can I make a motion to take 2 minutes to take a break?
Oh, absolutely. We'll take a 2-minute, we'll make it back here at 9:45.
All right.
5.
Hey, Donna,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened. I got kicked off, so I had to log back in. So can you try to make the, I guess, other Kevin Soley presenter?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's weird. It's still showing a screen even though I'm no longer in control of it.
Oh, that's so weird. You're right. All right, so it says off. So let me make that. Oh, wait a second.
Very strange.
Okay, you
There we go.
should
Thank
be
you.
proven. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, huh?
Thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure. Is it storming where everybody is? I know BJ got off to look. Monroe was getting storms.
We just had a lot of rain. I can hear a lot of rain.
It's fairly quiet outside right now, up in Woodbury.
Are we all back? Oh, really?
No, I don't see BJ.
BJ, are you with us?
It says that he's here, but
Oh, I see BJ's back. Are we ready to move
here he
forward?
is.
We ready to move forward here?
Let's get
I
it
believe
done.
we are.
Kevin, you still working on your stuff?
I'm good. I'm
All
good.
right, go
I
ahead.
think everything should be fine.
Well, let's go.
All right, thank you, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Kevin Soley. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut with Soley Engineering offices here at 501 Main Street in Monroe. With me here this evening as we continue this public hearing is Arnold Karp, the property owner, attorney Stephen Finn, and Bill Kenny, our soil scientist. So we gave a very long, in-depth presentation at the last hearing where we went through our entire application. We talked about what we were proposing, our rationale behind our proposal, and kind of gave some history. I'm going to do a very, very quick review of that and then talk about the alternatives that we submitted, which is a requirement as part of the application. We also had a site walk with the Conservation District. I'm going to talk about that briefly, and then I'm looking forward to answering any questions the commission may have. So just to orient everyone again, here's an aerial of the town of Monroe. The site in question is located along the just south of the town line with Newtown. It's the heart of the Pepper Street Business Park, and it's comprised of 2 parcels, 64 Cambridge Drive and 4 Independence Drive. This site has obviously been subject to many applications over the years. It's 2 parcels, 64 Cambridge, approximately 52 acres, and 4 Independence Drive, approximately 18.9 acres. There's certainly a lot of, we believe, misinformation out there. There's been a lot of public fanfare and complaints made to the DEP and the Aquarian Water Company and everyone else about the status of this property. Again, just to reiterate, the DEP has come out and done an inspection of the property. The water permitting, air quality unit, and solid waste have come out to this property and done an inspection, and none of those inspections resulted with any actionable items that needed to be addressed. So the site was initially approved for 2 industrial buildings back in 2006. This approval was actually gained without coming to the Wetlands Commission. At the time, the wetlands agent said this activity was outside of the regulated area. It was approved by planning and zoning, and activity on the site commenced. In 2016, there was a subsequent approval for 64 Cambridge Drive, which essentially was a re-subdivision of Cambridge Drive. It pulled the end of the property out to here to a cul-de-sac in front of 50 Cambridge Drive Axle Plastics, and at the beginning of 64 Cambridge. This was done in response to a notice of potential violation issued in 2014. So this addressed some wetland concerns at the time, and that approval included some planting of, it included the reconstruction of this cul-de-sac and some construction of a detention basin and some wetland plantings as well, a little bit further into the site and along this edge. This permit is valid. It has been transferred to the new property owner, and they've had a duly pre-construction meeting, and this activity is currently underway at the beginning of the property at 64 Cambridge Drive. Again, this property received a notice of violation in November of last year. We provided a comprehensive response in February after we were able to analyze the site, get updated topo, and updated survey information. We were engaged by the new property owner who purchased the property in May of last year, and we had been actively working with the town to pursue and seek approvals to kind of get this property back on the right track. The activity that had been taking place on the property, again, was being conducted in accordance with a site plan approval issued in 2006. We'd been working with the town to try to get that new phase forward. In response to that wetland violation, our conclusion was that the activity on the property did not result in any direct wetland impact. There was some in the northeast corner, there was some wetland impact associated with the installation of a access road as part of the subdivision approval on 36 Timothy Hill Road. But other than that, there was no direct wetland impacts. We did observe some indirect wetland impacts as the excavation on the property reduced the contributing watershed to an easterly wetland system located here. And through our analysis and through our visits to the site and working with Bill Kenny, our soil scientist, we prepared this application, which is a site plan application, site development and restoration. As we discussed at the last hearing, our application includes primarily site grading to fill the northerly portion of the site, which has kind of experienced the most excavation as part of that previous activities on the property. And the goal of this is, again, to restore the watershed to rehydrate this easterly wetland system. We provided cross sections which kind of showed what that level of fill is. This is a portion of a section which is right around this location here in the property, and you can see we're looking to propose to fill this area to restore grades, to restore positive drainage toward the wetland system along the eastern side. One of the things that we talked about at the last hearing was there was in addition to a wetland system here, this west wetland also included a vernal pool. As part of Bill Kenny's investigation, he did observe that there was not evidence of any vernal pool obligate species during his investigation earlier this year. However, we wanted to, in rehydration of this wetland, we're confident that it would be able to restore a lot of its functions and values that had previously thrived in this location. One of the things that we were proposing, obviously, is to establish this grading and to create a clear delineation through the limits of that vernal pool envelope. And we proposed to grade this up at a 3-to-1 slope through that limit of that vernal pool envelope to truly restore that and to make sure that we're providing adequate protection for those wetland systems in the future as part of this remediation of the property, or restoration of the property, excuse me. We went through our whole application. We talked about the contributing watersheds that we analyzed previously, what area was contributing to that wetland before, what area was contributing to that wetland as part of the approved site plan, which was a reduction. We talked about the current contributing watershed, which is greatly diminished from what was there before and what was previously approved. And then we also talked about our proposed plan and how we were looking to restore that watershed again to rehydrate this easterly wetland system. There's been a lot of talk about concerns regarding controlling the material as it comes into the property. One of the things that we did include in our submission was a material intake protocol, which involves the requirements for certifications that all material that come to the property would meet the definition of clean fill in accordance with CTDEEP. Additionally, it includes randomized testing in addition to certifications from drivers, visual inspections of all the material that's imported to the site. In accordance with the wetland regulation requirements, we did, well, let me back up again. So in addition to this earthwork operation, we're also proposing the construction of a small building towards the front of the site and the construction of stormwater basins throughout the property to adequately control and convey runoff from the site in accordance with the 2004 Water Quality Manual and the town of Monroe requirements. We have utilities proposed to service this proposed building. We have an extensive landscape plan, which includes plantings throughout the area, establishing buffers around the perimeters and substantial plantings through the limits of the wetland buffer along the east and west around the detention basin to the north, the municipal basin, and additional seed mixes. In accordance with requirements, we are required to provide alternative plans with our application. One alternative we submitted was the potential development of just the plan that was previously approved. We do not think that this is the highest and best alternative for the site because, again, it reduces the contributing watershed to that easterly wetland system from 9.7 acres to only 5.05 acres. We believe our proposal to raise these grades to restore this watershed provides a much the highest and best possible alternative in regards to the wetlands and the resources. The second alternative we submitted was simply to kind of regrade the site as it is, leave it in its current condition, albeit slightly rough graded to eliminate some of the larger piles and provide a little bit more consistency from a grading standpoint. This is not a really prudent alternative because it does not address the indirect wetland impacts that have taken place on the property over the last several years, which again were under an approval that was granted by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So we, again, from an alternative standpoint, we did provide these as is required, but we do not see these as the highest and best alternatives for the site, and those are the reasons why we do believe our proposal to grade the property, to import material, to restore these watersheds really is the best way to address the natural resources on the property. On July 13th, we were able to have or excuse me, let me back up. As this commission knows, the application has been referred to the Southwest Conservation District for a independent third-party review. We were able to conduct a site walk with representatives from that district, in addition to the executive director of the Northwest Conservation District, Cynthia Rabinowitz, also attended that walk. We were also able to have representatives from the Aquarian Water Company, who own abutting property to the site in this location here. We had given them notice of our application, but they were also able to attend our walk. We were able to walk with Denise and the representatives from the district around the perimeter of the entire property. We were able to look at the delineation prepared by Bill Kenny, and we're able to talk through a number of items and answer a lot of questions from the district. I believe they are preparing a formal review and will provide a response memo in advance of the next meeting on August 22nd. So we obviously expect that this hearing will remain open. So we have a chance to review their recommendations. But I wanted to touch on a few items that they did talk about that we think will be great suggestions that we can incorporate into the plan. Aquarian was focused on wanting to make sure we're providing and maintaining a good adequate buffer around the perimeter of the site down in this location here. Our current application does propose, let me create a plan. Excuse me. Okay, so again, this is our grading plan. We are proposing the establishment of a small basin in the southeast corner of the site in this location here, a larger basin in this location, which would essentially be to the right of the entrance drive to the property in this location here. We talked about possibly modifying the limits of these basins to just provide a little bit of a larger buffer along these property lines and along this southerly property line. We think that's a great suggestion, and it's certainly something we can incorporate into our proposed revisions. In reviewing the wetlands corridors, one of the things that I think is very interesting is as we walked through here, the minute you get a little bit outside the limit of disturbance, it's hard to realize where you are because you feel so immersed in the woods and nature that while the disturbance on the site within the interior of the site is certainly disturbed, once you get outside those limits and you really walk along these wetland edges, it's very clear that it's not really evident. You feel like you're deep in the woods somewhere and you're not anywhere near the activity that's taking place. As we walked through the site, one of the things that we noticed is that we are proposing to, again, one of the things we talked about before was there's about 675 square feet of wetland disturbance that was done as part of the construction of 36 Timothy Hill Road subdivision, which was started but never completed. Included in our application was the removal of those of that corduroy road of those timber crossings, and we had proposed some wetland seed mix in that area. It was commented that we might be able to do a little something with some more wetland plants in that area rather than just a seed mix, and we're looking forward to including that in revisions once we work on those and get more feedback from the commission itself. We also talked about, and something that was discussed in Denise's comments, was how we came up with our proposed top of grading, our finished grade in the area on 4 Independence Drive, closest to Independence Drive. As we talked through at the last hearing, again, primarily that was because we wanted to maintain a 3-to-1 slope through this area to really establish a very clean and clear defined edge. However, we are proposing to import quite a bit of material to accomplish this plan. So we have been evaluating potentially lowering this plateau. We still want to make sure that we're, providing a very clear and clean edge. But we do think that we can look at possibly lowering that elevation a little bit to reduce the amount of fill required, and actually still maintain and ensure that that contributing watershed achieves our goal of restoring those drainage flow patterns that existed prior to the site disturbance. There was a lot of discussion about, again, maintaining and controlling the material as it comes into the site and making sure that it doesn't prevent or doesn't have the potential to lead to any environmental concerns. Again, as I stated before, the property owner has no interest in developing in importing any material that could be deemed hazardous or anything like that. And there's been several measures put in place to make sure that any material that comes into the site is properly screened, it has proper manifests and certifications that it does meet those definitions as certified clean fill in accordance with DEEP requirements. And all those measures are in place and have been in place since the new property owner has acquired the property. I think we had a very long discussion at the last hearing, and I want to thank Chairman Romano for keeping that on point and giving the commission members opportunities to ask questions where they needed clarification. I think at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions the commission may have. As we continue to await feedback from the third-party peer reviewer, and if there's any questions from the public, we're happy to address those at this time.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. We're going to, yes, as Kevin had mentioned, our third-party review we're still waiting for that, so we're not going to reference anything there. I think the next thing to do is to allow the commissioners to ask some questions. And I'm going to go down in order, and we're going to try to limit 5 minutes so that everybody can get some fresh thoughts out tonight before we have to potentially wait another month for the next meeting. So with that, we'll start with Commissioner Spence. It is just to keep it 10:07, so try to wrap it up by 10:12.
I have 2 quick questions, actually. I think, hopefully they're quick. At the last hearing, you mentioned that you were going to de-water, so I guess it's the current hole. to try to rehydrate the upper wetlands that had been dehydrated over the last couple of years. You indicated that it was going to happen very soon, or right away as soon as the application is approved. I'm not exactly sure what the timeline was, but I was curious to see from where will that water be coming, to where will that water be going, and what happens to it in the process. Is it going to be cleaned? Is it going to have some kind of water quality done to it? That's the first question. I'll let you go.
Sure. So one of the things we talked about at the last hearing was, because this is such a large endeavor to import this material, we included phased soil erosion sediment control plans, which kind of capture this into 3 different phases. The first phase, which is the plan I've shown on the screen now, is really kind of cleaning up this front portion, constructing some of the stormwater basins, and then starting to fill the hole towards the rear. Right now, that larger pond is here. It really isn't being dewatered much because it doesn't really need to be dewatered unless we start to place that material in the hole to raise that grade. What we've designed is that we'd be, as we do this work, that would be dewatered into a smaller basin here, and then pumped up from this pond up and then outletted through a series of pipes along this edge, so that it would kind of slowly trickle in and feed this wetland system, kind of from north to south, similar to the patterns that existed here prior. This water would be filtered through a filtration bag, and we would provide additional hay bales and things like that to make sure that the water that does get discharged is clean. Essentially, the sedimentation basin itself allows for stormwater and water that accumulates there to allow sediments to settle out. So the water that actually gets pumped is primarily clean, because that is taken off the surface through the pump system that we would be doing. So we would really be pumping clean water, and then we'd have additional measures along this from a discharge standpoint to make sure that that we can manage that. And we did have some comments from Scott Schatzline, the town engineer, in terms of like how the best way to do this would be. We want to do this with as limited and minimal disturbance to the existing area as it is. But we're going to kind of continuously be working with Scott to kind of refine that. And again, we didn't want to submit a response to Scott and Denise's comments yet, because we wanted to have these hearings and really get other additional feedback from the commission. But that was our intent. So during phase 1, it would come to this pond, sediment would settle out, and then it would be pumped up and then discharged along this edge. In phase 2, we would be done with the front portion. That would be kind of clean and stabilized. We would construct the small office building towards the front of the site, and as we continue that fill towards the north, we'd again establish that sedimentation basin in this location, this northeast corner, and then again continue to dewater through there. Phase 3 would be the completion of that fill in this location here, and again we'd be able to divert that water and provide sedimentation traps and protection before any of that sediment would discharge off the property. This site does currently have 2 general permits with the DEP. They have a general permit for stormwater discharge for industrial activities. It's also covered under a general permit for stormwater discharge during construction activities, and that general permit for stormwater discharge for construction activities also gives them the ability to dewater the site as needed as part of the operations on the site. So those 2 permits are being maintained in accordance with DEP requirements, providing periodic inspection reports and testing in accordance with those requirements.
Okay. You mentioned last hearing that you're going to put an impervious surface, not impervious surface, some kind of an impenetrable liner someplace. Where were you recommending that? So that it didn't seep before it was supposed to. I believe that was the phraseology.
One of the things that we had talked about, and Bill Kenny and I, we'd worked on this, we wanted to make sure that when this grading exercise is completed. We don't want to create a situation where if it rains, let me just pull up the grading plan real quick. When we complete all this effort, we don't want to have a situation where, you know, we're designing this site so that as it rains, it'll follow these flow paths, it'll go down this slope and it'll rehydrate this wetland. We don't want to have a situation where we place fill through here, and when it rains, it just exfiltrates through all that fill and bypasses this wetland system. So we were proposing to install, whether it's either an impervious liner or a layer of impervious fill material beneath and within the limits of this slope through here, to make sure that even as water does fall, if it does exfiltrate, it'll get along that liner, it'll flow along that impervious layer, and then it'll still seep out into this wetland system. So that's part of the reason why we want to make sure we have enough of a slope here, enough of a grade separation, so that as rain does fall, it has the ability to come all the way to this wetland system.
So that happens phase
I will.
three. Yes.
Correct. Once we get the elevation up and above the existing elevation along this wetland edge, that would come in at that time.
Okay.
That's
all
thank
questions I have at the moment.
Commissioner Stewart, you have the floor.
Okay. I guess I tend to agree with Denise's comment about the finished grade of this pad. To me, it looks like it's at least 20 feet higher than it needs to be. So I'd be looking for reasons for that. You're talking about needing a 3-to-1 slope. I don't see why you need a 3-to-1 slope to make a defined edge. Next question or comment would be, obviously the top of this pad's going to be developed at some point. So you're going to have a significant amount of impervious area put in there. So how would you, since you're trying to put impervious area along the slope as well, how do you detain that first inch like we always try to do and still get the water to the wetlands?
So part of the reasoning to get to that elevation was twofold. One is we wanted to kind of maintain a little bit of a steeper slope through the edge of that vernal pool envelope at a minimum. But as I said before, we've started to evaluate how to lower that. And I agree with your comment, we may not necessarily need a 3-to-1. 3-to-1 is kind of a number where, okay, you know you're not going to go past it. You're not going to have somebody potentially try to creep or anything like that. The other component is we did want to make sure that if this pad is, if and when hopefully this pad is developed in the future, we're high enough where we can actually put in a stormwater system and still convey that water to this wetland system. So the area here now, there's a municipal basin on the east side in this location here, which accommodates stormwater runoff from Independence Drive and a few of the parcels along here. We would probably likely convey some stormwater to that, and our watershed maps do show some stormwater contributing to that, which again runs from north to south and is part of the upper reaches of the Pequannock. The area that drains to this wetland system on the east side actually drains from south to north and feeds into the Great Pine Swamp. We would be able to, even with the proposal of additional impervious surface, we'd be able to obviously maintain and match that rate and volume of runoff, and then we would provide additional underground detention on site if necessary. But we'd likely look to probably develop this pad with some additional surface stormwater detention in the future. You know, we didn't incorporate that up here now because we don't know how this could be potentially developed in the future. We tried to develop the lower reaches the best we could with basins that are sized accordingly to accommodate a future development in this location here. But for this pad, we didn't design those basins at this point because we don't know what that potential development might look like.
No, I understand that, but I was just pointing out, if you're putting a liner along the bank, but then later going to come back and put subsurface detention and try to get the water from the development back into the ground, it's kind of defeating each other. Next question would be, but you can address that next time. The next question is when you take in material, it looks like you're gonna take in different materials. You're gonna process them, and then you're gonna fill the site. Are you also gonna be processing them and selling materials at the same time?
No, this application does not include the removal or export of any material from the site. As we had talked about previously, you know, there's no mechanism in which we can pursue approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission. This application is strictly limited to the import of material, and the placement of that material in this hole. We are not proposing or including any exported material as part of this application.
You won't be exporting material that is processed, that is brought in. You're not planning on bringing in spoils, processing them, because a lot of operations like this will have people bring in material, they'll drop off a certain amount, they'll take a certain amount back off that's been processed and used, and then they'll bring more in. That's not your plan.
At this point, we have no mechanism to seek approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission for that exact operation. This application is only for the import of material.
Okay, the other question was going to be groundwater elevation. So are you going to be putting this clean fill below, I would say, proposed groundwater elevation?
One of the things that we've been talking about, and we discussed at our site walk, was there's a lot of native natural material that's on site that has been there for some time. What we're actually going to propose is that the only material that would be placed below existing groundwater elevation would be native, clean material that exists on site, that has been on site. We would not propose to place any imported fill beneath the level of that groundwater elevation. And that's something that we'd be, you know, formally providing as part of a response to our discussions at this hearing and you know, additional comments. So what we've talked about as a team is, again, we wouldn't put any imported fill below the elevation of the groundwater. We'd be proposing to only use natural native materials for those deepest earthwork operations.
And last comment, from what I understand, millings is not considered clean fill. So I'm assuming you would not be putting millings as fill.
That's correct. Yes, the DEP. There was a memo issued, I think, in 2006, which basically says recycled asphalt products, which is kind of 4 inches or larger, that is viewed as inert and that's clean fill. But millings or processed asphalt does not meet the definition of clean fill in accordance with DEP. So we would not be proposing to place any millings or anything other than wrap as clean fill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Massaraco?
All right, so the eastern wetlands, the grade on those two wetland areas, aren't they sloped down towards the big hole, or is that a pretty level area?
It's pretty level, and we did provide a number of sections. So let me go to this one. This is all level and flat. There's a wetland system through here. There's a small upland. Then there's a second wetland system along the east. This wetland system actually, like I said, drains from south to north. It drains in this direction. This wetland system drains from north to south because they have different contributing watersheds. The natural grade from these wetlands in this direction comes up. You can kind of see that through this section here. So this is kind of the existing grade, and then this is the existing grade, how it drops off. We're proposing to kind of maintain how that looked previously. Okay. I can kind of best show that in our watershed map. So this is the former watershed. You can see the contours. There was a ridge through here. There was kind of a ridge along here, and everything drained in this direction
I can see.
previously, and then this drain that way.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Massargo? Okay. Commissioner Gingras?
No questions at this time.
Commissioner Hall?
Given the late hour, I'll defer my questions to next time.
Okay, well, we still have a half an hour as promised. I guess we could, since we'll open up some of the public comment. So I think can help out here, Kevin, why don't we take that map down and only bring it back up if required?
Sure.
Thank you. Now, we're going to go.
Keith, can I make?
Yep, go ahead, John.
Can I make a suggestion that you allow Attorney Green to speak?
That's was actually, yes, let's do that. Attorney Green, if you have anything that you'd like to bring up as a question or just a comment.
Yeah, we have a, so our consultants, my client and our consultants are present, and we are parties to this proceeding, so I don't know what the time limits are. We are not prepared to make a lengthy presentation tonight because there's a lot of information that we believe is missing in this application. So maybe we can address some of the information that we feel would be of benefit to the commission and is critical to our analysis. I guess my first question to you, Mr. Chairman, is it seems to me that the applicant has referenced their intake procedure and this robust intake procedure, but they haven't really provided any of the data associated.
Breaking up. Your audio is breaking up. So kind of difficult.
All right, can you hear me now?
It's still a little bit. It almost seems like, you know, on your cell phone, a little choppy, robotic.
What I can do is I can call in, Mr. Chairman. It'll take me a moment. Just bear with me. If you'll just bear with me, I'm about to access and enter.
Caller 10.
Mr. Chairman, while Mr. Green is trying to phone in, I heard what he said about, this is Steve Finn for the record, and representing the applicant. I heard him talk about some missing information. I think in order to make sure that we keep on track, that the applicant needs to know what information the intervener feels is missing. We shouldn't have to wait till the next meeting to hear that, so we either should get that tonight, or the intervener should provide us with a list within the next week of the material he feels is missing, so we can respond to that in advance of the next meeting. Otherwise, this application is going to drag on, I think, unnecessarily long. And I know we all want to try to get this application approved so we can restore the property as soon as possible. So I would just note that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Attorney Green.
I appreciate, can you hear me now?
Yes, sounds great.
Okay, good. So I appreciate Attorney Finn's comments, but I think the first thing that I was going to address with the commission was that the commission might consider scheduling a special meeting involving a site visit. So the special meeting would be on site because we believe that it would be very informative for all of the members of the commission to have the benefit of seeing the condition of this site. So that's the first item that we would submit to the commission. The second thing that I'd like to note is that the applicant made a point both in its presentation on February 26th and throughout its presentation of highlighting the fact that it was, it's only been the owner of this property for some 15 months, during which it has had this intake procedure in place. I note that the applicant has not provided the data associated with its intake procedure. For example, the composition of the loads that were tested, the number of loads that were rejected, and so forth. But where I was going on the ownership of the site is, while the applicant has kind of sought to partition off its liability to some degree for activities that occurred before its ownership, I note that Attorney Karp, who's the principal of many of the entities associated with the ownership, is a sophisticated real estate owner and investor. Certainly, I think that it would be informative to the commission before it considers an application that involves over 1 million cubic yards of fill going into a site to understand the background and history of that site. And presumably at the time that Mr. Karp acquired the property, there was some environmental information provided to him that would provide this commission with needed background information as to what exists on the site. I note that there was a discussion tonight of using clean materials that exist on the site. I think it would be informative to the commission to understand what the testing was of the so-called native materials that are on the site in terms of their composition. So there's 3 items. We do have, I do have some consultants this evening who may be able to provide, at least on a preliminary basis, some information for the commission in terms of the information that we would like to receive. I note that George Logan is here from REMA Ecological, and I know that he has at least some preliminary questions. Before we can make a presentation and before we can really provide the information that we'd like to share, we obviously need to see the report by the Southwest District, and we're very curious about what their findings are. I'm also, we question the definition of the existing pond or existing body of water on the site and suggest that that may qualify under your regulations as a water course at this time, and that issue should be addressed by the commission as part of this application. And once again, there is an outstanding violation here, and I think that the commission should come to terms with addressing the violation and not simply looking by that as part of this application. For example, I note that Commissioner Stewart at the February 26th meeting of this commission specifically made inquiry of the applicant as to whether materials were being imported to the site and exported from the site. And he was assured that no material was being exported from the site. It's in the minutes of that meeting. And yet we're aware that the applicant is in fact exporting materials from the site at this time. So I think that there's a lot to talk about. I would like to, I suppose I would ask Mr. Logan to at least provide some of the information that he needs. We're also joined by Evan Glass of Alta, and he may have some questions. So with the chair's permission, I would, at least on a preliminary basis, ask them to provide at least the baseline questions they have. I think that after a site visit, we may be able to honor Mr. Finn's request and have a better idea of the information that we need for purposes of addressing our intervention and to address the concerns we have about the pollution of this site. So with that, I would turn it over to Mr. Logan and ask him to at least provide, I guess, from at least 10,000 feet, which is where I think we all are, and I mean the commission and the intervener, the basic information that we need to begin to formulate our presentation.
Thank you, Attorney Green. George Logan, please state your name and your.
Certainly. So good evening, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. The time is quite late for many of us. Name is George Logan. I'm a principal with REMA Ecological Services. We're out of Manchester, Connecticut. We're a collaborative of scientists. My personal qualifications: I'm a registered soil scientist, a professional wetland scientist, a senior ecologist, certified, and a wildlife biologist. Have been working in this field for almost 33 years at this point. What I'd like to do is, I think I liked what Attorney Finn had to say. I understand the process. I've been in both sides of this process many, many times, reviewing for towns through interventions, so also my own projects. And I think probably the best and fairest thing would be is to be able to provide questions in writing, which then could be answered in writing for the next meeting, potentially. So what I did is I took a few notes from what I heard tonight, and I have questions about some of the vernal pool inspections that were done, some comparison between some of the data in 2014 versus 2020 by Bill. I don't want to get into the weeds with that stuff, but here's one question that kind of rose from hearing some of this information tonight. I heard, I think one of the commissioners, Commissioner Spence, asked the question about how quickly could this wetland, I guess we call it wetland 2, if I recall, with a vernal pool, be rehydrated, and how it would be done during the first and second phase, if you will, of the development or the site development and restoration. And Mr. Soley explained a way by which the water would be filtered and then obviously pumped up to the edge of the watershed and then allowed to come down to wetland 2. The question that I would have there is not so much the water quantity. I think any water to that wetland might be a good thing at this point, from what I hear from the presentations, not having seen the wetland myself, is the water quality. The water quality of what could be pumped up there could be very different from what this particular wetland has enjoyed for many, many decades and hundreds of years possibly. So it's the water quantity, it's the amount of nutrients, the amount of metals that could be as part of this particular water that's being put there. If it's very much different from what the natural environment has been enjoying from water that it was receiving from its natural watershed for many, many years, we could be introducing another set of problems here. So the water quantity is not just the only thing that I would look at, it's also the water quality. And of course, this whole thing about the liner is also interesting. On the slope, sounds to me that it could be a temporary solution, but it doesn't look like it would be a final solution. And then I also question if the wetland, this particular wetland has been characterized to the point where we know from its hydrologic regime, looking at an entire year, sort of a water budget, what actually is coming from the surface flows versus what's coming from shallow groundwater flow in these kinds of environments, and how we're able to balance it in such a way that we can ensure that we're having a sort of hydrological equivalent of what used to happen to what is being proposed. Those are some of the things that I've been thinking of. And
Mr. Logan, if you
yes, sir.
excuse me for a second. You brought up something in the beginning that I want to ask our town representative, Barbara Schellenberg. You had said something about inquiries in writing and having, I believe, it would be a written response.
Yep.
Something that works for us, Barbara?
Mr.
Chairman, if I may.
I don't know what you're asking. You're asking if Mr. Logan can provide something in writing?
His inquiry, I think he thought that would be more efficient, I guess, if he submitted his inquiries in writing and had what I would believe then would be a written response from who I'm not sure, whether it's the presenters or the commission or whoever, but I'm not sure. I've never, that's the first time that's ever been brought up to my attention. So I want to make sure we're clear or at least give an answer to that request.
I mean, he can certainly submit something in writing. Is that something that you intended to do, George?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Joel Green for the intervener. We would be happy to submit. We'd be happy to submit a list of questions per Mr. Finn's suggestion, and we're happy to provide a list of questions that and requests for information. Mr. Logan, I think I would ask through the chair, ask you, would it be helpful to you in formulating that list of questions for you to have an opportunity to see the site in the context of a special meeting of the commission to inspect the site? And I would ask the same of Evan Glass, our from Malta, and I would ask each of them to comment on. I think it would help the commission understand how that would be helpful, and I know it would be helpful to the commission to see the site. And then after that, I think we could submit a list of the information that we feel would both be helpful to the commission and helpful to us in formulating our intervention case.
Mr. Romano, Mr. Romano, if I could be heard for just a minute, I go back to my point about. Sorry, Mr. Romano.
Hold that thought for just a second.
Yes.
I was asking a question of Barbara, and I just want to make sure we got a response, because if I understood it correctly, the person who could clarify would be Mr. Logan. He was asking if he could give a written inquiry or a question written.
Keith, unfortunately, you're going in and out, and I can't understand what you're saying.
So I'll try it again. I haven't had any problems up until now. The way I understood it, Mr. Logan had asked if he could formally request some information, ask some questions in writing. And if I believe what I heard, my question is that's never been asked before. How do we respond to that? And is that correct, Mr. Logan?
Mr. Chairman, I think I lost the last part of what you said, unfortunately.
If I could just interject, maybe I can resolve this. I mean, are you asking who would respond to Mr. Logan's questions? Is that the issue?
That's half of it. The other half is that a legitimate format for what we do? I mean, I've never heard of.
That's certainly legitimate for the intervener to ask questions, and I would expect that the applicant would respond, and then certainly if the commission has questions, the commission would ask as well.
Okay. So,
or if the commission has further comments or those questions raise further issues that the commission wants additional information from the applicant on, then the commission could ask that. I mean, it's normal to have that kind of back and forth, if that's what you're asking.
Let's let
could we
respond.
Sorry?
Attorney Finn, you could respond because you had asked earlier to you wanted to have the floor.
So I think my suggestion was that if to the extent that they feel our application, and Attorney Green thought that our application was somehow incomplete, and that we wanted a list of what items he thought was incomplete with regard to our application. With regard to getting questions from the interveners experts, unfortunately, I've had horrible experiences with that by interveners, because they use that as an opportunity to ask every single question under the sun, usually most of which is highly irrelevant. To the extent that they feel our application is missing information, that's one thing. It's another thing for them to start posing questions to us about matters that may very, very well be irrelevant. They certainly could ask the commission, try to make an argument that, look, we feel we need this information, and then the commission would have the authority to say to the applicant, yes, we think the intervener has a valid point there. We would like you to provide this information. But to have the interveners to start sending questions directly to us without any filter by the commission, I think is going to really delay the process. I also want to make the point, Mr. Romano, that Mr. Green intervened on behalf of his client months ago. In fact, he tried to intervene with regard to the notice of violation that started this whole process. And so he's known about this application. He's known about the outline for what we propose to do for months. And so to the extent that and I've invited him to ask us questions even before tonight to try to address what concerns his client may have. But what they've done is they've sat back, they've waited. Now all of a sudden they have two experts and they need more information. This is precisely my concern, that this is an attempt just to drag this out as long as possible. So I'm fine with them making their points about what's missing in the application. I think that's fair. That's very fair. And I'm also fine with them arguing to you, Mr. Romano, that they need more information. But to have them send stuff directly to us and require us to respond to them without the filter,
I was not
inappropriate.
suggesting that they send things directly to you. This would certainly all be vetted in a public meeting. And of course, if the commission felt that there were questions that were irrelevant, the commission would certainly comment on that. I don't expect that to happen, frankly, but I also want to make clear, you seem to be saying, Attorney Finn, that somehow the intervener does not have a right at this juncture. Somehow there's been a delay, and I don't agree with that, okay? I think this is running in the normal course the way I have seen it done in many instances where the applicant makes a presentation and then the intervener has questions, can make its own presentation. I don't think there's been a delay here. I frankly don't think that is fair under the circumstances. So again,
Attorney Shell,
if I was misunderstood, I did not suggest that there should be something sent directly to the applicant, but the intervener certainly has the right to ask questions in the public hearing process and to make a presentation. And of course, the applicant has the right to respond. And if the commission feels that there's anything inappropriate, of course, the commission will certainly speak up.
I just
Yeah,
want a clarification.
just,
One quick clarification, and that is that what my point, Barbara, is that to the extent they needed more information. It's one thing for them to wait for our presentation, for them to make their presentation. It's another thing for them to delay, come to the presentation and say our application is incomplete. Look, they can do that, but it's not a very official way of proceeding, especially when I've had conversations with Attorney Green, inviting him to ask for more information so that we could speed up the process. So that's my only point.
And here, they have not heard the full
Barbara, please.
presentation yet. So
I think I've got.
I mean, I think we're getting a little too technical here. This is a process. The idea is that it's a public hearing. There are different viewpoints that are going to be presented. There are going to be questions asked, and then more information may be requested. Mr. Logan is certainly a reputable person in his field. I don't expect him just to ask irrelevant questions. But again, if that is a concern and that is what you feel happens, you have the right to speak up and the commission will comment on that. But I think we obviously need to give everyone a chance to ask their questions, make presentations, and allow appropriate responses by both the applicant and the intervener. That's the way the process should unfold.
Thank you.
I
got to talk now. Okay. I think what we may have lost here is that when people are making comments, they are supposed to be asking questions of the commission, and the commission would go back to the applicant for an answer. So I think more of what Attorney Finn had said was about having the commission. I think that is the way to move forward. So if Mr. Logan has a question, he's going to ask the commission. If the commission gives the source an answer, then we source the answers. That seems like,
Mr.
where
Chairman,
we should be going
I
with
may.
this. Go ahead, Mr.
Chairman.
Yes, first of all, I think just to highlight Attorney Schellenberg's comments, of course, we would submit the questions to the commission and copy the applicant. We are a party to this proceeding. Everything that we submit would be submitted through the commission. That's obvious. So we are not seeking some sort of private right of discovery. And all of the information similarly would be obviously shared by the applicant with the entire commission. That is the process. In addition, as Attorney Schellenberg said, we had an opportunity to hear the applicant's presentation, which in our view is thin based on the nature and extent of the proposed activity. And may I remind the commission once again that it was Attorney Finn that opposed my intervening in the violation proceeding, and we could have asked for that information before, but I respected Attorney Schellenberg's opinion on that. I didn't necessarily agree with it, but my point is that we're happy to submit the written list of questions and information. But once again, I want to remind the commission that this is also in the context of a notice of violation. And I also believe once again that it's critical to our presentation that there be a site visit. And I'm sure that it would be helpful to this commission to see this site in assessing the severity of the condition of the site and the magnitude of the proposed filling project that is part of this application. And if we could schedule that in the near term, then within a week of that, I think my consultants may fall over, but within a week of that, we could submit to the commission the questions that we propose.
Mr. Green, I don't see how we're not going to be doing a site visit. So that's something we'll definitely be talking about. What I'd like to do is get a quick hear quickly from Mr. Glass so that we get your other person that you cited just to speak for briefly. If he has anything different to say than it's already been discussed. And then, you know, we are past the time that I was hoping, but you know, progress, maybe we go a little bit longer. But let's hear from Mr. Glass.
And Mr. Chairman, I just have one more point. We would also, like, once we sort of get our arms around the magnitude of this, I suppose we'd like some sort of a understanding of the schedule for dealing with this application and when we would be expected to make our presentation on our intervention case, but that's something you can take up obviously later. Thank you.
Still on that evaluation, we're all going to need to independently review it. That's going to take a little bit of time depending on, you know, how extensive it is. But again, let's just see if Mr. Glass has anything to say real quick before we wrap things.
Yes, this is Evan Glass. For the record, I'm a licensed environmental professional with Alta Environmental Corporation with office in Colchester, Connecticut. And one of my main concerns, I think, is very relevant, and it is what I believe is an incomplete presentation of how we will all be assured that the material coming in is clean enough for its intended purpose, which is the restoration of the wetlands. It is said to be material that will meet the DEP definition of clean fill, and the DEP definition of clean fill is considered by the DEP to be a problematic definition, and there's information on that I will be able to present to the commission. But be that as it may, we are currently saddled with that definition. And there are still very many concerns I have that the material that will be brought in by these thousands and thousands of truckloads will not meet even that definition. And these are some of the things that would not meet that definition. Painted brick or concrete or asphalt, or those materials coated in any other way. Ceramics are in the definition of clean fill, but the mastic on the ceramic would not meet the definition of clean fill. Concrete block meets the definition of clean fill, and cinder block does not. And it's not always easy to tell visually the difference between cinder block and concrete block, especially on a cursory look. And polluted soil, which is any soil that's impacted in any way whatsoever, does not meet the definition of clean fill. So if any of those materials are brought into the site, the painted material, cinder block, etc., those would trigger DEP permitting requirements, which are not required if you do strictly meet the definition of clean fill for all the material that's brought in. If any polluted soil is brought in, that would trigger DEP approvals that would have to be issued before the material was trucked from any other site to this site. So that's just a flavor of some of the comments that I'd be looking to get additional information on.
Okay, that is, so I think that sets the stage for the meeting where we'll start to take questions.
Chairman Romano, I have one last quick point, and that is, it seems to me that what the most efficient way to proceed is that apparently Mr. Green and his consultants need some information that they are aware of now based on the application, and they may have further requests based on a site visit. There's nothing that would prevent them from at least submitting what they feel they need based on our application that they've already reviewed right now. Let us start to work on that now. And then to the extent that if there is a site visit and they have additional questions after that, they have the right to pose another set of questions. Real quick, last point, I would suggest that's the most efficient way to proceed. There's no reason not to do it that way. They have two bites at the apple, so to speak. With respect to Mr. Green's comments, There was nothing that prevented him. In fact, he was invited after he tried to intervene in the notice of violation. I invited him to ask more questions of me. I never heard anything from him. So I don't like the implication that I prevented him from asking questions or asking for more information, because I clearly invited him to do so.
Okay, it's my understanding, and Barbie, correct me if I'm wrong, somehow through this legal intervention status, Attorney Green does have the right to any information from the applicant as requested. So I guess it's really up to him to exercise that right, if that's the way I understand it. And I think just proceeding with, collecting all the information, processing, asking the questions, answering the questions. I think that's kind of on you guys to work that part of it out. If I'm wrong in that, but this is, really complicated issue, but I thought that there was a judgment here that opened up this transfer of information between the two of you guys. So I'm kind of getting a little confused as to why it's being presented to us here.
Mr. Chairman, we accept Attorney, if I may.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, we accept Attorney Finn's offer to submit a list of questions on a preliminary basis, and then after the site visit, submit additional questions, and we'll obviously submit those through the commission. If that's that's fine with us. And
absolutely.
But we would ask that the site visit be scheduled in advance of the next meeting, and I would ask that the commission, at the convenience of the commission, schedule a special meeting consisting of a site visit, at which time the intervener and our consultants can see the site, and that will help us to formulate those questions. And the sooner that happens, the sooner we'll submit.
Okay, Attorney Green, we're going to discuss that right before we close this, this tonight. I just real quick, we do have, I've been scanning, and it seems like there's only two potential public I guess some public comment that's not presenter or professional working for a presenter. And I want to know if maybe we should just see if they have a quick question so that we don't exclude anybody. And I'll start with who I see as Nancy Vaughn. You can unmute her and field her comment or question. Hello, Nancy?
I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. And then the other one is Karen Branaska, I believe.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to hold off making comments or asking questions until after the King's Mark report is public.
Okay, thank you. I think that's
Thank you.
everybody. Kevin?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to ask one more thing. Obviously, there's been some, our application was made in May. We did have a public hearing where I did give a very lengthy presentation on June 24th. So I'd only ask that the intervener and their consultants, I noticed they were not present at that first hearing, so they missed the majority of the discussion regarding our application material. So I'd only ask that while they're preparing their questions, I would assume they would actually watch that presentation. They'd take the entirety of the record into consideration so that we're not faced with questions that we probably answered as part of our initial presentation. That'd be my only request of Mr. Green and his consultants.
That sounds fair. Now, as far as a site visit, is this the time we would schedule this, or is it usually?
No, I mean, normally we would try and contact the owner or the applicant's representative and figure out a time when everybody could meet.
That's still why we're still in the presentation and the public comment part. It's just such a lengthy application. I'm just maybe a refresher on when we do that. It could be any time, and I say we start working on it.
If you wanted, Barbara, can we do it at a meeting?
Yes, you can do that.
Okay.
I think
well,
it's
then
best
go
that
ahead.
we.
You can,
I'm sorry. I think it's best that we do make it an actual meeting on site, correct? Because of the complexity that we don't want.
You can do it that way if that's the way the commission wants to.
Follow whatever rules are required.
Right. Then if it's going to be a meeting, you would have to, well, if it's a public meeting, it's, it's then open to the public. So.
That could be a liability issue.
Yeah, that's something.
You can have representatives.
Something that the commission wants to give further consideration to. We don't have to decide that tonight.
No, we don't.
It doesn't have to be a formal meeting necessarily.
Well,
I think if we have more than.
You had suggested a special meeting of the commission. What do you mean by that?
The only reason I suggested that is because as interveners, it's if the applicant is willing to allow the interveners to enter onto the site without a special meeting, we're happy to do that without the formality of a special meeting. But there's some case law that provides that if the applicant is unwilling to do that, then we're a party, so it would be in the context of a special meeting. So it's really up to the applicant.
Does the applicant have a position on that?
Well, I think I would need to consult with my client about the parameters under which we would allow the intervener and his consultants to come on the property. But I think we probably would be amenable to that without having to drag everybody there all at once. I think, but I want to talk to my client about that first. But
right, I understand that, and that might, I certainly think if the applicant would permit it, then it's probably simpler just to have the experts there rather than making it a special meeting. That's my initial thought about it.
Barbara, my concern is the guidelines for it's basically, I guess, considered a walkthrough, right? So there's certain guidelines that we have to abide by, which was number of people at a time.
Right. Well, the commission could schedule its own site walk, but that doesn't necessarily have to be in conjunction with the interveners experts going on to the property. So those are two separate things potentially.
Yeah.
So I think what we should do, again, we don't have to make this decision tonight. I think we need to hear back from the applicant. I understand Attorney Finn's position. Obviously, he wants to consult with his client. Why don't we get that information first and go from there?
yes, and we should be able to get back to you very quickly on that.
Okay. And then the commission can decide how it wants to proceed.
I think that works for everybody.
So, Mr. Finn, if you could contact the office and let us know so that we can contact the commission, that would be very helpful.
Yes, either I will do that, or maybe Kevin will do that. We'll get the answer to you as quickly as we can and in fairly short order, no matter what.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does you want to wrap up anything from the applicant before we adjourn the meeting?
Just that we look forward to, continuing to process this. We look forward to seeing the report from the Conservation District and getting additional questions and comments from the commission. I guess we'll see everyone in August.
Okay. Thank you all for your time and patience, And this meeting is adjourned. Or do we have a motion to close the meeting?
Make a motion that we adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Commissioner Gingrich. I believe it's second by Commissioner Spence, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, this meeting is adjourned at 11:08 PM.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.